Welcome, y'all. I'm Deeg. I'm here today chatting with Cameron Rich. And I hear myself on my phone. Let me fix that. All right. First glitch out of the way. Cameron, you are a senior game designer at ArenaNet. And I've known you for designing some of the coolest encounters in that game that I've gotten to play. How are you?
Thank you.
Tell me how you're doing.
Doing all right. I'm getting by. Yeah, it's been a crazy year, but I'm doing really well today. I'm looking forward to this. How are
That's great.
you?
You know what? It's been a crazy year, but I'm doing okay. Actually, today's been a bit of a weird day, but the general theme of
Yeah.
things is going pretty good. I've been having a great time talking to all kinds of people lately. And, you know, I'm always scanning around the community to see, oh, that person would be fun to talk to. That person would be fun to talk to. And people jump out at me for all kinds of different reasons. So I've had the pleasure of seeing you on Guild Chat a handful of times, and you've given some pretty thoughtful responses. That's like, oh, cool, that's interesting. I'd like to hear more of that. But then I saw you make a comment about ADHD on Twitter, and I was like, oh, a fellow sufferer. I have to talk to this guy, and we're gonna get to that. But first, so I know that before you were a designer at ArenaNet, you did QA. And before that, you had other jobs in game dev. Can you talk to me about how you came to game dev? What inspired you to get into the industry? Was it luck, or was it a big push? What was that like for you?
Sure. It's a long story. I
All
love
right,
telling it.
buckled up.
But there's highs, there's lows, there's surprises along the way. So this will be
Ooh,
fun.
I'm ready for this.
So let's see. I am originally from Florida, and as I was growing up, absolutely loved video games. They gave me a way to escape into other worlds whenever things weren't going so great in life.
What stands out to you from your
And
childhood? What games?
oh man,
Name a couple.
Kingdom Hearts is absolutely like my favorite franchise
Okay.
of all time. I've got it tattooed, the heartless
Nice.
symbol on my sleeve. Um, I was really into action RPGs. Played a lot of Devil May Cry,
Hmm.
and I was really into just JRPGs in general. So played a lot of Final Fantasy.
Sure.
Uh, I pretty much any game from the Nintendo 64 era through GameCube,
Hmm.
PlayStation 2. That's what I grew up on.
Hmm.
Um, and when the 360 era and the PS3 came out, that's whenever I was getting into high school,
Uh-huh.
and I really started to see the potential that games had for telling really interesting stories. The franchise that I look at as kind of like one of the first that really, other than Kingdom Hearts, that really
Hmm.
like spoke to me was the Mass Effect franchise.
Ah,
And
yes.
for a number of reasons. Telling a story, an epic long-term story over the course of multiple games,
Yeah.
and allowing the player to be the agent that has a lot of choice in how the story progresses and is able to really impact the narrative and see
Hmm.
real change and how the world evolves over time. That just like I was like, man, that's awesome. That's what I
That's
want movies to be. That's what I want life
mm,
to be.
uh, that's the good
And
stuff.
it was definitely one of the first franchises that really kind of like cued me into this is maybe what I want to
Hmm.
do. Moving forward, though, once I was out of the high school years, Florida's got a handful of studios, and one of the more prominent ones is like Tiburon, which makes Madden,
Oh, sure.
and I don't really want to make sports games. So at the time, there wasn't a whole lot of options other than some maybe pop up indie studios at the time. Um, and I didn't really have an education background in game design. And so I just kind of picked up and left Florida
Hmm.
at 19. I spent a year in Ohio. It's fine, not for me. And then after the year in Ohio, I moved out west because I essentially just said, I'm not going to be able to get into the games industry unless I'm in a place where the game industry exists.
Yeah.
And so drove the 48 hours, got out to Washington State, moved into an apartment in Seattle. I transferred jobs. I was working retail. I was at Target. And it was around the time that the PS4 came out.
Okay.
So at the end of 2013, I believe.
Gotcha.
And after the PS4 came out, I was working the electronics desk at Target. And before I go any further, I will say MMOs have always been a huge part of my life. We can talk a little bit more about that in a bit. But one of the franchises that like really stuck with me as a kid in middle school and high school and further was Guild Wars. And part of the reason why I moved out to Seattle was because ArenaNet is stationed here, here in Bellevue. And I had it in my head as an aspirational 19, 20-year-old that one day I'm going to work for ArenaNet. I'm going to do that. And that's why I decided Seattle was the place I was going to move.
Damn,
and not
I
like
love
San
the hustle.
Jose or...
You really took the bull by the horns. You were like, I want this. I'm going to go get it. Holy shit.
That's what I do. If I want to do something, then why wait around? You know?
Yeah.
And so yeah, so I was in Target, and man, what was it? I think Mike O'Brien came into the Target, and I saw him walking down the aisle towards the electronics counter, and I freaked out because I knew who he was. Because again, I really wanted to work for ArenaNet. I knew Mike O'Brien, I knew Colin Johansson, all the people that showed up in the manifesto trailer for Guild Wars 2. They were like my idols. They were my heroes.
And all of a sudden, one of your heroes just walks to the store. It's Mo.
Right. It's like seeing Iron Man, right? And so...
I'm sure Mo would appreciate that comparison.
He'd like it. But yeah, so he came up to the electronics counter, and he turned, and he went straight into the games aisle. And I looked over at my coworker who was at the counter with me, and I was just like, you got to hold down the fucking fort. I can't explain. I need to go. I need to introduce myself to somebody. Just like, I know you're going to hate me for this, but I'll explain it later. Just do your thing. It's fine. And like I said, the PS4 had just come out. So the electronics area was kind of, busy. Everybody's there trying to snag a console or get an accessory or get a game.
You're bumping shoulders. Yep. Going through the crowd.
So I like take my name tag off. Right? Because I'm like, I don't want anybody to interrupt me on this. And I walked over to him, and I just kind of like timidly was like, "Hello, are you Mike O'Brien?" And he was just like, "Yes." And we chatted, and I told him how much I enjoyed Guild Wars and how much I looked up to him as a game developer. He was there to get a PlayStation controller because his kids were playing, I want to say it was Trine 2, the platforming game that you can play co-op.
Yeah, with different classes, right.
Yeah. And so he needed an extra controller so that both of his kids could play. And we were out of controllers. And so my first interaction with my idol was, "Oh my God, hi, I'm so excited to meet you. Can I help you?" "No, I can't." Damn.
Boy, that's a bummer.
But we chatted a little bit more. He was really surprised to have been recognized. He was flattered that I knew who he was, and he invited me to come to the studio to have a tour of it. And,
that's incredible.
Just be a fan.
Wow.
Yeah. And this was within a month of me moving, so it was very serendipitous. And I don't know how much of a believer in destiny I am, but it was one of those moments where I was looking around and I was like, where are the cameras? This is the Truman Show.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Yeah.
So from there, I went to the studio. I came in. I've got this wonderful picture of myself and Mo and a couple of the other studio heads. They had just come out of a meeting. This was around the time that like the Fractured release was coming out, towards the latter end of season 1. and I don't know what they were talking about. They wouldn't tell me because I wasn't under NDA. But I got to meet all of them, and I got to meet Mo. But before that happened, my first experience walking into the studio, I should back up a little bit, is I walked up, rode the elevator up, walked up to the counter, and spoke to Eva Phillips at the front desk, and just walked up and casually went, "Hi, I'm here to see Mike O'Brien." And she just gives me this look like,
Smooth.
What's your name? And told her my name. She's like, all right, give me a second. I'm going to make sure your story checks out. And then, like 5 minutes later, that's whenever they all came out. And I was just like, oh, guys, no. We talked, got the picture. They needed to go because they had more important things to do than to, sit there and talk to a really bubbly, overzealous fan. But the recruiting manager, the hiring manager, Thomas Abrams, he gave me a tour of the studio. And showed me everything in the office, and just kind of like ran me down or ran down all of the things that they do at the studio, and kind of talked to me a little bit about the different departments. I knew I wanted to be in design, but I actually also knew that it was going to be really hard to do that without an education. So my first foot in the door was ideally going to be QA. So at the end of the studio tour, which was a blast, I just told him, I was like, how do I work for you?
Okay.
That's what I want to do.
Straightforward.
I want to do it.
Right in.
Yeah, exactly. Again, why waste time, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're going to sound like a lunatic.
Can't have you don't ask.
But yeah. So I told him, and he was like, send me an email, give me your resume, and we'll be in touch. And I did. And it took about 4 months of constant contact, of me sending him an email and asking, what the status of things were, if a position had opened up, blah, blah, blah. And there were times where I thought that I was just pestering the living shit out of him, and that I was just annoying him, and he was going to block me, and I was going to lose my chance. And but he kept telling me, he's like, persistence, man, it's fine. Keep sending me emails, even if I don't respond.
Get to the top of the stack.
He was very encouraging.
Yeah.
So after 4 months, the studio had a QA position open up. We had just begun like a new QA process, and we were hiring a bunch of people for that. And went in for an interview and got the job, and that's where I started.
Okay.
Yeah.
So QA, talk to me about what QA is.
Oh man, it's so much more than people think. Everybody knows, I think at this point, the meme video of the commercial from like the late 90s or early aughts of like, tighten up the graphics on level 3, and just like two guys just sitting there and like playing video games, and like, this is QA, you can do this. Like, no,
play video games for a living.
That. Right, exactly. Unfortunately, it is not so glamorous as just being able to do that. The way that I liken it is you kind of have to be able to deconstruct the game experience that you're testing, right? Because finding bugs. Sorry, my volume just got really loud.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Finding bugs in the game is half of it, right? Providing feedback to make the game better is another part of it, and building up a relationship with your development team,
right.
And really being a part of the development team is super important. And there's so many like little minute things that I could go into, like writing test passes, doing regressions, doing ad hoc testing, which is where you don't really have an agenda. You usually are just, it's towards the end of development on a piece of content, and you're like, just go in and play it and do whatever you think is going to break it and see what happens.
It's kind of explorative.
That's how players act.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Okay.
And so it's a little bit like playing Indiana Jones, where you're just going through and you're like trying to find all of the little secrets, but the secrets are actually just ways to break the game.
Waiting for the pit of snakes to ambush you.
Yeah. But one of the most important parts is to be able to really accurately and concisely give information as to how to reproduce a bug, because it's not enough to just be like, I was playing the game and this happened and it broke. That is somewhat helpful, right?
Yeah.
But what's more helpful is like, I was doing this thing, I used this skill right after this thing had happened. The creature did this and the game crashed. And being able to like piece out step by step what happened in like the last 15 to 30 seconds of gameplay.
A high amount of
really
relevant
helps.
detail, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And sometimes not everything is relevant, but you don't know that. And so it's better to over communicate. There have been times where, I had found bugs, or I've had other QA testers find bugs that we were able to reproduce them by going through this obscene, ridiculous amount of steps in order to get it done. And so it seemed like this really complicated issue. But actually, it was just a flag on a creature or a flag on an event that someone had forgotten to mark. And so, little industry secret, now it's out to everybody. Most bugs are just tiny human errors of someone forgot to flag this thing. Someone put a 1 where they should have put a 0.1.
Yeah.
Little tiny mistakes like that end up leading to some of the more hilarious bugs. And the ones that are the hardest to find are the ones that it's not easy to understand what's happening immediately. And like even going through the code, you're like, this just works. Why isn't it working? It works in this environment. Why isn't it working here? But yeah, the vast majority of issues are very, very simple to fix.
Sure.
But it doesn't seem like it when you're playing the game because there's so many systems that are going on.
Yeah, you had said a few moments ago about being able to deconstruct what's happening. So by having an understanding of the relevant systems that are in play, like, okay, well, we're having dialogues, so the dialogue system is firing off. We're having this happening. There's some kind of an animation or some kind of a shader effect or something, and you understand, okay, these systems are involved. I'm going to give detail about what's going on with these systems when this bug occurs. Like that's the kind of thought process it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And being able to have tools on hand to provide evidence of like having logs of the chat log, and we have some like test commands that give us a bunch of info for like script debugging and stuff. Being able to provide screenshots and videos and GIFs. Everybody loves GIFs.
Yes. Yes.
Like if you have a choice between a screenshot and a GIF, go GIF all the time. It's so much better. It's a game. It moves. Yeah, there's so much to it. And one of the more unfortunate parts of it is it's not thought of as like it's not often thought of as a valid career path, right? Like a lot of people treat QA as a stepping stone, or as a way to get their foot in the door, so that they can get to the real parts of development with design, with being an artist or being an audio engineer or a programmer. But QA is skilled labor, and it takes a lot of time and effort to build up the skill sets and the mindsets that you need to be an excellent QA tester or analyst, lead. And it is a valid career path. And I would encourage anybody who wants to get into games. QA is probably going to be the easiest place for you to start. But it can be really, really enjoyable work. And there is a valid career path there for people who want it. So consider it.
How did you develop those skills you were just talking about?
A lot of time in practice. I played video games, like I said, throughout my entire life. And I really, wanting to get into design, the thing that I knew, since I wasn't going to be able to go to like a school like DigiPen or Full Sail, because I just didn't have the funds, was that I needed to try and emulate the learning process. And my dad was a teacher. So he instilled into me, he was a science teacher. He instilled into me the scientific method, of going through something, forming a hypothesis, testing it, seeing what the results are, and then, going back and forth in that loop.
Okay.
And I kind of just started to apply that to any game I was playing.
All right. Like what? Give us an example.
Okay, let's see. So I am primarily an encounter designer, right? So one of the things that I love to do as a kid, that I still love to do, is raid in an MMO. And so I'll use World of Warcraft as an example.
Perfect.
There was a boss. Let's see. There was a boss in Ulduar, which was the second raid to release in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion for World of Warcraft.
Right.
And this boss was, God, what was his name? XT something something. How can I forget his name? He had a really, really high-pitched modulated voice, and he was a gigantic robot. And
was he the one at the end of the massive courtyard, that boss?
Yeah. So after you had gone through the gauntlet with all the vehicles, you came to this junkyard heap, right? You had this huge little robot dude. You had this huge robot dude, and his voice lines were things like, "New toys for me? Oh yeah!" And it was just like fighting a robotic deathbot who had the voice of Pinocchio. And I digress. I could talk about how amazing that boss is all day.
All right, so you love that boss. So applying this scientific method, learning QA skills.
Right. Going through and figuring out like the strategy for defeating the boss requires a lot of figuring out how things work. And so we had to communicate and coordinate as a group to get people to go over and deal with the ads as they were coming in. We were figuring out that like some ads were more important than others to defeat because they would do more damage, or they had like an area denial effect around them.
Right.
And then trying to balance the timing of getting everybody or getting all of the ads cleaned up for whenever you unlock the ability to damage the core, which was the main way to do damage to the boss, because otherwise he had a ridiculous health pool. Like all of that timing and coordination and the communication challenges involved, that is absolutely the kind of skills that you need in order to be a good tester as well. Because like a lot of times you're not just testing on your own, and especially in an MMO, you're going to be around a lot of other people. With a game like Guild Wars 2, with all of our events being open world, and we're encouraging people to group up together, just dynamically throughout the game. We have a group of testers go in, and it's really important to be able to be like, all right, let's test it from this way. You guys go do this thing. You guys go do this thing, and kind of form a strategy of how to attack it and tackle it. So that's one example. Another example, let's see. Bugs that I have found in other games that I'm just like, what is going on here? Now I'm on the spot and my brain is just like, nah, we're not going to think of anything.
So one of the famous examples from World of Warcraft I can think of, where I think there's actually still ongoing questions about how it actually works, is the deep breath in Onyxia. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I did not think that that's what you were going to say. But I actually don't remember the deep breath of Onyxia because I didn't play Classic WoW.
Okay.
What's the bug?
So I don't think it's known to be a bug for sure, but what is known is that like in WoW, there are great boss add-ons. They'll telegraph upcoming mechanics and give you loud sirens and really obnoxious. People have done. But the behavior of the deep breath has traditionally, and people can correct me if I have this wrong, but I think this is correct. That the deep breath is very hard to predict, even for add-ons, because it's not really known exactly how it works. And in fact, I think I've read a developer anecdote somewhere that they even went back into the code, and there's still not a clear understanding of exactly how and why Onyxia will do a deep breath attack. So what is a deep breath? The reason you care about the deep breath is because Onyxia, during the second phase of the fight, she takes flight. She's a dragon. and you have to deal with her whelps who are spawning on either side of the arena. Keep them under control because they'll kill your healers and stuff, and you don't want that. And while this is happening, Anixi's flying around and pivoting around the arena and doing this massive AoE like insta kill, deep breath, where if you have a bunch of fire protection, you can kind of tank it and survive it, but it's not good. But
there's no clear reason why it happens.
That's the thing. Like with most of these kinds of fights, you can be like, oh yeah, okay, this happens here because of this. And people have done the process that you're talking about where they deconstruct it and try to understand exactly what happens. And I remember reading this, like maybe it was about a year ago, that the deep breath was still a bit of a mystery in terms of how exactly it works. So
man, now I really want to re-up my subscription and just like go into that fight and see if I can figure out what's going on.
Yeah, man, you get in there.
Because usually, you know, like creatures in video games, they run off of either a couple of different things, right? They run off of scripted behavior, which is basically exactly like it sounds. It's a script that a designer or a programmer puts together that tells everything what to do, when to do it, exactly how to do it, why to do it.
Right.
And when this trigger is fired, this thing happens. When this skill is used, this thing happens. Everything follows a very, very particular pattern. Or creatures will use something like intelligence, where there's a bunch of different decisions that they can make at any given time, and using a bunch of outside stimuli from the game and from the systems involved, they will be informed to make a good decision. And then that will dictate what they do. And so Anixia, being an older boss, I'm not exactly sure if they went for more of an intelligence-driven thing, if they went for a script-driven thing, or even if they did like a hybrid of the two. There's sometimes where, like, especially for older games before intelligence got like really, really big, we would do things where we would create creatures that had just like a skill bar, just like the player does, except it's hidden from the player. They use the same system,
Like
and they would just pull
that, right?
Exactly. And they would just pull from that group of skills. And whenever a skill was off cooldown, they would use that skill, right? And that's very, very basic creature implementation. But it sounds like that this breath that she's got, if she was using a system that was basically just built on cooldowns, maybe the cooldowns line up in such a way that there's always something else to use other than the breath, except in these very, very one-off moments, and so the breath just never gets used.
Like a priority
I've created bugs like that before. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you got to sit down and do the math and make sure, and like having an aid of like visual timers to make sure that like things line up in the way that you want them to is really important and super useful. If she uses an intelligence system, maybe it's something where like the reason for the breath to happen is if enough players are under a certain effect, or if they're in a particular part of the zone, if there's enough people in front of her, if there's enough people behind her. That's how a lot of the tail swipes for the dragons in World of Warcraft works. Is it'll detect if people are behind it, and the tail or the dragon will be like, nope,
get out of here,
and slap you around. Or maybe it's a script error, and maybe the breath is supposed to happen more frequently and more in a pattern, but somewhere along the line there's like a logic break, and where it should happen, it instead goes and does another thing. There's a lot of different possibilities, and it's something that would be a lot of fun to play around with.
Okay, you just laid out a whole bunch of really cool, like, it sounds like almost like best practice about how to break down a problem. Did you like learn all this as you were doing the QA job? How much of this is just overlap with the scientific method? It sounds like you have a real, not just like you learned a lot on the job, which you do with most jobs, right? Especially in technology and software, but that you came in with a certain mentality that kind of inclined you to this. It sounds like you had like a little bit of what's a good word for it? Like a little bit of an edge in the right direction.
Maybe, yeah.
You mentioned that your father was a teacher and the scientific method.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could ask you to expand on that a little bit.
Sure. So, like the core of the scientific method is that there's a logical reason for everything.
Right.
Even the things that seem illogical, there is a reason for it. We just have to discover it, right? And the way that we discover it is by testing hypotheses of what if the logic is this, and seeing if it works out, right? And so you can kind of apply that to anything if you have a question about anything. Right. One of my favorite little examples. I don't have one with me. Is water bottles. They have a little divot on the bottom, and if you just see a water bottle in a vacuum, and that's all you have with you, you might ask yourself, like, why is there this little divot that is right there? Sorry, I apparently did not get rid of notifications. Quit. There we go.
There's always more to squash. Believe me, I get it. I get it.
I don't stream often enough, apparently. But anyway, so you have the water bottle, you see the divot, you might ask yourself, like, why is the divot there? And if you think about it from different perspectives, from a consumer perspective, maybe it's so that it balances a little bit better, because if it's got just a completely flat surface, it might wobble a little bit.
That's what I was thinking.
Imperfections.
Yeah.
But from a factory and from a packaging perspective, it allows them to be stacked on top of each other. And so if you have two if you've got two little water bottles, you might be able to test it out by just putting one on top of the other, and maybe it fits. Some water bottle companies specifically do that so that it's easier to stack them up and saves on storage space.
Sure. It's like an operating at scale type thing.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's all about just curiosity and asking questions.
How do things work? How does it break down?
Right, exactly. Yeah. One of my favorite little shows to watch as a kid was How Things Work, or How It's Made, rather. And that goes through the process of, like, take, I don't know, popcorn. How are bags of popcorn made? And it goes through every single bit of the process. And they do a really good job of not just telling you, and then we do this, and then we do this, but they're like, we do this so that X, Y, and Z happens.
Yeah.
And then we move forward, and now that X, Y, and Z has happened, we do this because we know that X, Y, and Z happened. And there's quality assurance to make sure that if something gets through the cracks, we can throw it out. Okay. Great show if you want to just, like, sit and veg out and
those are like intoxicating. You can just lose hours watching stuff like that.
Absolutely. I'm so glad that YouTube exists, because I don't have cable, and YouTube has a huge repository of a bunch of how it's made videos. And so there are times where, like, I will literally just spend an afternoon with that in the background. It's great.
It's relaxing.
It is. Absolutely.
It's good stuff. Okay. So applying the scientific method to QA, doing QA at ArenaNet. So what were some of the first stuff that I might know about that you got to work on doing QA?
Let's see. So I started QA in the spring of 2014. We had just shipped the season 1 finale.
Right.
And we were working on the new player experience, which was bundled up with our China launch.
Right.
And so that's where I started. We were about probably 3/4 of the way through development on that whenever I started. So I didn't get a whole lot of opportunity to help test that. I mostly was in training at that point. But my first big testing projects were the rebuilding of Lion's Arch, and the whole of Season 2, Living World Season 2. Which includes the Zephyrite, the first time that we had people go to Labyrinthine Cliffs, which I can't remember the name of the release.
I don't know.
It's not Festival of the Four Winds, because that's what it is now.
Yeah, that's the modern incarnation.
Yeah, but the first time that we ever did that, that was one of my first projects as well.
Cool.
So that's where I started, and then. I don't know. Do you have any questions about those?
Well, I just love if you have any interesting anecdotes from doing that stuff. Like, so the Lion's Arch rebuild was a really big moment in the Guild Wars timeline. I feel like the shape of the city is very different compared to what it was before. Like this rickety thing of pirate ships kind of stapled together with rickety wooden bridges, and then We have the kind of modern nice white concrete lines arch with the beautiful sculptures and things like that. Anything from that work that stuck out at you? What about growing up moments during QA? Anything that like early lessons that you took something away from?
So yeah, let's see. Well, something that just comes to mind
Sure.
really quick before I jump into that, because you just had Josh Foreman on the show,
Yes. Yes.
and I'm curious if Josh talked at all about the LA rework, because if I remember correctly, he was the map artist that was behind that.
I didn't remember to ask him about that. I don't think we talked about that at all. That's a shame.
Well, Josh, I am sorry if I'm going to share some false information here.
Oh,
But
let's
what I
highlight.
remember hearing in QA, and if it's false, you can fight me. I'm down.
I'd love to see that.
Is that the reason why we blew up Lion's Arch and rebuilt it, other than the narrative reasons,
Right.
was that the original Lion's Arch was built out of tons of different props and was incredibly perf heavy. And so while it was, and also the layout of the actual city condensed a lot of things, and so there were a lot of players around the same spaces, which also hit perf. God, I hope I'm right on this, because I remember all of these details being shared to me. Sometimes they're just myths. Sometimes there are boogeymen that go around QA and the studio at large about reasons why things are being made the way they are.
It is? Water cooler conversation.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of mythology.
It makes sense to me, though. Like, that's my recollection of the original LA. It was very packed tight in terms of assets and in terms of the density of critical town services.
Yeah, exactly. It was all focused around that like town square with the Mystic Forge and all the crafters like kind of over in one corner, and you have like the guild traders and stuff in one. God, it's been forever since I've actually like looked at what the layout was.
Yeah,
but for some reason it's like sticking in my mind. But yeah, it was incredibly perf heavy, and so part of the initiative with the new Lion's Arch was less props. And more spread out density, so that there wouldn't be as many players in one place. Which philosophically, I'm not really sure if it ended working out, because the fact of the matter is when people idle in a city, they're going to idle near the bank or the trading post, and sometimes sometimes near the crafting. So we did achieve the effect of like, if you're doing one of those things, you're in a separate place rather than all being kind of congregated. But I have some love for the old Lion's Arch. I do like the new Lion's Arch, but I don't know. I personally would like to see us have an option for the old Lion's Arch maybe one day.
I think you're echoing a sentiment a lot of people have said. I've heard that from a lot of fans.
Yeah, I know you can go back into the personal story and experience it with a sepia tone filter,
right?
Which I believe you can turn off by going into your settings and going into post-processing and turning it to none. So a little secret if you don't know. But yeah, it's a special place. And so but yeah, that's just a little side note since we were talking about LA. I got a little sidetracked. My ADD is kicking in. What was the second part of that question?
I was curious if so I'm just looking to like build the narrative here of Cameron Rich. I think it's a really cool story that you decided you wanted to work in video games. You decided you wanted to work at ArenaNet. You decided you want to work in design, and you plotted your course. And I'm just like I'm trying to see in my head like the narrative path of going from QA to design, and learn and how because one of the things I know that you worked on was at least if I'm remembering right, if my notes are correct, was the first raid.
Yes,
is that correct?
Yeah. Okay. So that jogs my memory. That's we were talking about like experiences with QA, and then season 2, and then moving forward from there. Yeah, so after season 2 released, you know, we had I was working at a at the time we had a lot of our testing through a third party. And so I was working for that third party, and there was a very close relationship there. And oftentimes developers would come over and they'd give presentations on stuff that they were doing.
Okay.
And when we started Heart of Thorns, I was part of that, that third party QA. And I remember Colin Johansson coming over to the office that we were at, giving a presentation on the expansion, and saying, and we're going to do raids. Which means that we're going to need to figure out how we're going to test raids. So think about that. And I was like, I'm a raider. That's my career. I want to do that.
I can just imagine you doing this number. Me.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exciting. Holy shit.
No, I did not pull the same thing that I did with Michael Bryan. Though I did, like go up to Colin Johansson and squeal a little bit because he's a bit of my hero. And I talked to him a little bit about it, but I was fortunate enough that when the position opened up for a QA embed, which when we had our third party as our primary QA, there were QA leads, QA testers, QA managers over at the third party, and then we also had QA in-house. And a QA embed is someone who is in-house, who is employed by ArenaNet, and specifically owns a piece of content in the game from a QA perspective, or multiple pieces of content. And so a position opened up for QA embed, a couple of different positions. One of them was the raids team really wanted to have a dedicated QA tester and a dedicated QA embed. So I threw my name in the hat, went through the interview process, and got the job, jumped over. And so I jumped in probably, I would say, maybe a quarter of the way into development. There was some work that was done prototyping wise. Crystal Reed was the team lead at the time. We had Crystal, Jason Reynolds. We had Trevor Bennett. Do we have anybody else? No, I think that was just us three at the start. And then I think Paul Ella was our producer. So we were a small little ragtag team, and we were going to make raids.
What was that like?
Man, it was fun. We were trailblazing.
Yeah.
Because the thing with raiding is, when you look at a game like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy, the games that have like what are considered to be like the best raids in the industry, or maybe Destiny wasn't actually like all that popular yet, but anyway. World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy, they have a trinity, right? So they have tanks, healers, DPS, and a lot of what allows the raid designers of those games to make really balanced and really fun encounters for their system is they can create roles out of those tanks, healers, and DPS, role responsibilities that those players need to perform in order to meet success. And so you can design an encounter and be like, all right, so I want the tank to always be facing the boss away from the group because it's going to cleave. And I want the healer to be managing their mana because maybe there's a mechanic where the boss life steals. Oh man, I'm thinking about one of my favorite bosses. The boss life steals health from everybody, but it's a percentage of everybody's maximum health. So when this is happening, you got to actually try to keep them as low as possible. And that's like a lot of pressure on the healer, right? And then DPS, you can do things like, okay, so there are going to be ads that pop up. That's super common. Or you can say, okay, the boss is charging up this really big attack, and you have to pile on damage. And if you get the damage on enough, and you do enough damage, you'll break him out of the attack before he's able to kill your tank. So there's a lot of, just easy, not necessarily easy, but traditional role responsibilities.
Kind of like convenient handholds to be like, oh, let's apply this pressure. Because with the defined roles, it's like we can act on certain parts of the raid group that we can expect to be being fleshed out by a person, right?
Exactly.
Whereas with Guild Wars, sorry, go ahead. I was going to give you a segue.
Well, so sure. And almost there.
Okay.
The classes in in World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy are built around those roles.
Yes.
Right. So you play a paladin, you play a protection paladin, you're a tank. Right. If you play a warlock, you're a DPS. If you play a holy priest or a disciplined priest, you are a healer. And so those are the primary reasons for playing those specs outside of like class fantasy and aesthetic. Yeah. With Guild Wars, we don't have that same trinity. We do have a trinity, but it's a soft trinity. And we talked about it a little bit whenever we were first, doing our big marketing for the game back before launch. But we were going for something that was more damage control and support. And our philosophy behind class design was that because you had weapons with different skills, and because you had a deck of utility and healing and elite skills that you could choose from, you could create a character that filled each of those roles, and you weren't just stuck in being a tank, a healer, or a DPS.
Like a natural hybrid system of sorts.
Exactly. You could specialize in being more of a control unit by being like Guardian has hammer, which is a bit more a control weapon, and you can use things like knockdowns and stuff to get a little bit more of that. Or you can play an elementalist with focusing more on like the support skills in water and air and earth, and providing boons to your allies, and there's a support role. Or you can go like a straight thief, and you can just choose a bunch of utility skills that boost your damage. You can put on some signets that just give you increased critical chance, and you can focus on just dealing that high damage and burst. And so creating raids for a game that doesn't have that regular trinity, it requires you to rethink what kind of roles you're going to give players. And we tinkered around a lot with a lot of different possibilities.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, definitely. So our first raid was Forsaken Thicket, and the first boss was Veil Guardian, right?
Veil Guardian. First, can I just interrupt here and tell you that when I was playing the Heart of Thorns beta, because I was a raider too. Like I actually ran like a 40-man raid guild in old school World of Warcraft, man. Like I was
hell yeah.
But I was a reformed gamer too. I was playing the game with my wife. And I was like, we gotta try the raid. We gotta try the raid. Raids are amazing. You don't know it, but it's amazing. And we got into Veil Guardian, and first off, incredibly fun encounter. And I'll let you describe how it got to be what say that it was. And secondly, I was so happy that we didn't figure out how to kill it on that day. Like I was so happy that it put up a good fight against us and made us stretch our minds and our abilities. And anyway, tell the story, but I just want to give it tribute because that was a really cool moment for me.
Really quick, did you end up killing it that weekend?
The beta weekend?
Yeah.
No.
When you did kill it, how satisfying was it to finally
know? It's incredible. It was incredible. It's like the gamer yelling into the microphone, the thing you see on YouTube. It was that moment, like the one that you play for.
Exactly. It's all of your hard work that you've done over time culminates in this experience where you see that health bar at 0, the boss falls over, you got the lead, you're like,
yes!
Oh my God.
And best of all, you get to share it with people.
Exactly. You can share it with your friends. It's an experience that online gaming has provided us that is just like, it's not available anywhere else, right?
Yeah.
Except for like sports, right? It's very, very similar to sports. But yeah, so anyway, so Veil Guardian, when we were first trying to figure out how to make raids in Guild Wars 2 and how to make them challenging and what roles that we could give, we first leaned really heavily on using controlling conditions and enemy placement and manipulation, stuns, and trying to make control like a real role that you need to specialize in, and having enemy units that required you to lock them down, or else they were really dangerous.
Right, like the orbs. Right.
Yes.
Sorry, I should let you tell it. Go on. I'm just excited.
So early on in Veil Guardian, we had this mechanic where during the trash, you had these orbs that would spawn from the sides of the arena, and they would start very slowly coming towards the center of the arena. And your goal was to stop them from getting there and kill them. And the way that you would do that is they were susceptible to things like chill, chill, cripple, some CCs. And so you wanted to have dedicated members of your group who were controlling them. But the trick is that you didn't want to just apply cripple to them all the time because you needed them to sometimes get towards the center of the arena so that they would form a different unit by combining with something else, and then use that opportunity to do a specific thing. I forget. This is like 7 years ago, or 6 years ago at this point.
So there was timing and technique built into it. It wasn't just spam all the CC all the time.
Exactly. You had to be very careful about what you were doing, and just throwing out a bunch of cripple was going to cause a lot of problems. And we had a druid that we nicknamed the Crippler because they took that role very seriously, and they applied cripple to everything. And I still don't know if like part of it was them trolling or part of it was them just like using their regular skills, and it just so happened that their skills at the time were balanced around having a lot of cripple. But we're struggling. We're struggling really, really hard to figure out, like, why is this so difficult? Why are these guys like always being crippled? And then we pinpointed this thing. We're like, you're doing it. What? You are now the crippler forever. But that's an example of like of an experience that you kind of want to avoid whenever you're creating a raid boss in general. If it's not clear what is going on that is going wrong, then it's not easy for a group to pinpoint what to change in order to create a path to success. Right. And so we went through a lot of iterations of trying out some new things and creating support roles by being like, okay, maybe you have to have, these specific boons whenever the boss does this attack. And a lot of it was trailblazing. A lot of it was, figuring out new ways to tell those kinds of stories and to create those kinds of encounters, because we couldn't just take the same design as a World of Warcraft encounter and pop it into our game, or a Final Fantasy encounter and pop it into our game. Because not only do we have those roles and specializations, we have a very, very unique and I think the most fun MMO combat system, in that you can dodge. There's a lot of mobility. There's very few cast times on abilities. When they do have cast times, they're very powerful. It's fast, it's frenetic, and we wanted to lean into that, and that ended up over a bunch of iteration cycles. We leaned into, okay, so let's have some Condi DPS as a play role, because we have some classes that focus more on conditions like Necromancer.
And if I remember right, it was only a few months before that there was this, because I'm tying a few things together. So Heart of Thorns came in with the break bar system, which we didn't have before that. So that gave a new life for control effects on big enemies, which so that changed that. And also, I think that there was a point in Guild Wars history where there was a condition cap, and it made condition Condi DPS so like basically useless on any kind of a boss, and that I think changed in the lead up to Heart of Thorns and enabled something like this to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We made changes to the gameplay systems to try and encourage players to interface with those more nuanced systems, and reward them for skillful play. With the break bar, we previously had the Defiance system where we had stacks of the Defiance buff that you would slowly see go down. And that was just a very binary system of you've got to use this many skills in order to stun the boss. And frankly, it wasn't super satisfying when you did it, because like, there were some bosses that had like 99 stacks of Defiance, and you would get them down. You'd like, be like, all right, he's about to hit 0. Hit that last one, and he's stunned for 2 seconds. Oh man, that's great. Love it.
One attack.
It feels super rewarding. But we've gotten a lot better about that. And this, the break bar system that we created is a lot more visually appealing. We created the ability to lock it and unlock it at specific times, so we can create moments where it's like, okay, hold your CC abilities, wait for this to unlock, use them to kind of do a CC burst window, right? Get this down as quickly as possible. And then, be rewarded for it by getting a stun and getting the expose debuff. So now you've got a burst window of damage that comes up afterwards. And that was just an incredible design change. And I can't remember the exact designer who implemented that system and came up with it. But if you're watching, and you just know that I appreciate you.
It's a great system.
It's a good change.
Yeah, it is a lovely pace change.
Going
from the Berserker meta, where everyone just stacks in a corner and DPS is down with power DPS, to having Condi damage, to having break bars, added a lot more interesting combat verbs. I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, we used those, we used all of those in the Veil Guardian encounter that you know now. And that you've got a role for Condi damage with the Red Guardian. You've got a place for power DPS to go, and then you've got a role for players who need to have some break bars with the multiple attacks in that fight that open up the break bar, like the sprinkler attack that goes on and stuff like that.
Sprinkler attack. I've never heard it called that. I like that.
That's the internal name that we gave for it, because he reaches up in the sky and it's like it's like a little sprinkler.
I'm gonna imagine that sound that sprinklers make whenever I see it now.
That would be a fun ability if we could do like do.
Yeah.
Now I've got fun little math problems to figure out on how we might build that. But yeah, so we created a lot of these new roles, and we utilized them throughout the encounter. But one of the things that we focused on a lot, which I think sets our game apart, and I can actually see a lot of other games taking inspiration from, is we focused on trying to dive more into that fast, frenetic, mobility-based combat system. And so, we have a lot of instances, especially in that first raid, of needing to run around and do things and be very quick about it. So, on Veil Guardian, you've got the green circles that you've got to have someone go and run into and absorb. And you've got the shifting arena space. Yeah, exactly. And like they're not brand new to GW2. There are a lot of World of Warcraft fights that require mobility. Memoron and Ulduar is one, especially the firefighter achievement. You've got a lot of play space that gets taken up by fire, and you got to move them around and make sure you're in safe zones. But there's something different whenever you add the ability to dodge, when you give players boons like swiftness and super speed, and kind of give them tools that they would normally find in action RPGs and not necessarily MMOs. And I think that's kind of what GW2 is, right? Is it's a conflux of both the action RPG and the MMO space. And it's a really unique combat system that offers a lot of cool opportunities for fun moments, like Sabbath's Flame Wall.
Flame Wall, yes. You know what? I had this thought the other day. Like, I almost tweeted about it because it just struck me so hard that one of my favorite things when I get to do it in a boss fight in Guild Wars right now is when I get the chance to jump over some kind of a wave effect. I don't know why I find that so satisfying, but I absolutely do.
Isn't it satisfying? It's so good.
And I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but there's a mechanic in the Sunqua Peak fractal that you worked on where you get this high jump to dissipate this cloud. It's so satisfying to just use the jump, which is such like a... Usually you use it just to keep yourself from getting bored in MMOs, I feel like. And suddenly it's a gameplay mechanic. I think it's cool.
Yeah, and it's also a social mechanism, right? Everybody knows that whenever you see people jumping up and down,
ready to go.
Like that's the sign of friendship. That's the sign that you are in a safe place with people of like minds. Yeah, man. We will get to that. Sunqua Peak is very dear to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
But raids.
Raids. So I was part of the raid team as the QA embed for Raid Wings 1, 2, 3, and then a little bit of 4.
Okay.
And while I was doing that, I was also the QA embed for the Fractals of the Mist revamp, that we put in for Heart of Thorns. And so the change
That was a
from
big
50
change.
scales to 100.
Yeah.
I worked alongside Mike Z and Lester Bloom and a couple other really talented folks. And then, there were a couple of other like smaller projects that I took on while I was doing that, like a two-factor authentication and little things that are not nearly as interesting.
Sure.
At least not interesting from a gameplay standpoint. I'm sure that people find it really interesting and how the
Two-factor
security
authentication.
system works.
Talk to me about that. That's what I want to know about. That's what I'm here for.
Oh man. But yeah, so I essentially I kind of just I was QA embed for a lot of the in-game PvE content in the game. And one of the things that I wanted to do, because I said, I really wanted to be a designer, is I wanted to learn how to build content. And fractals are by far my favorite content mode in GW2 for in-game PvE. I love raids. I love strikes. But I have a very, very soft space in my heart for fractals. And I wanted to create a fractal that retold the experience of going through the Nightmare Tower, and to reuse a lot of those assets that we had from season 1 that weren't getting use anymore, and put them into the game in a repeatable way. That way we could get a lot of bang for our buck, because an artist spent, a ton of time on that model. An animator did a lot of work on getting those animations to feel just right. We had narrative lines that were recorded for it. We had environment assets that were built for it. It seemed like a missed opportunity to not follow up on it and build a nightmare fractal.
Sounds like a good pitch, because normally there's so much that goes into this. Like, if there's anything that really stood out to me, so thanks to everyone who's involved in putting on guild chats, because guild chats are a huge part of how I learn what everyone worked on. But one of the things that really pokes out at me about that amazing show is how much it takes to make the game that I'm sitting in front of. The VFX, the art, the sound, everything.
It's a lot.
I especially love the little breakdowns that y'all show on guild chat from time to time. So shout out to whoever makes that happen, and like the GIFs, like you talked about, those are always lovely to see.
There's a lot of talented people that make that happen. It's great. Mark and Ruby are fantastic to work with. And there's a lot of other folks on that team that just they put in a lot of hard work to make sure that we're able to communicate with the community on a pretty regular basis and have fun things to talk about. So shout out. I love you guys. I love working with you.
Mark, Ruby, and the rest. Keep it up.
And I'm really, really glad to hear that you enjoy it. And here's to more to come.
Excellent.
Let's see. So Nightmare Fractal.
So when you were working on the Nightmare Fractal, were you doing it as a QA embed still, or were you a designer at that point? Okay.
So yes, both.
What's that story?
I started the idea for the Nightmare Fractal as a side project that I never expected to ship. Back whenever I was QA for raids. Because I was now in the studio. I had a machine that had access to our development tools. I wanted to learn them, and I wanted to dive into them, and I wanted to, just get my hands into the system. And I'm a storyteller at heart. I've always wanted to create games, and this was my opportunity to do so.
Okay.
And so I worked with a couple of different designers across the course of about, I want to say, a year or so. To see if I could get like a partner in crime to like teach me maybe on their off hours, or like take a lunch to just like walk me through the process of setting up a creature. Yeah, exactly. And it ended up taking a couple of different forms, but towards the end of Raid Wing 3. And while we were working on Raid Wing 4, the Fractals team consisted of myself, Sean Hughes, Elijah Miller, and Benjamin Arnold, who is a fucking wizard, and one of the best developers I think I have ever worked with ever.
Okay.
And Ben and I were really, really good friends. And so I went to him and I pitched him this idea of like, hey, I want to build this fractal. And I've got this, paper design on it. And the system for building content in GW2 is daunting. It's a lot of proprietary stuff, as a lot of games use. And it's a lot to learn, especially when you got a full-time job. And so he mentored me and guided me through the process of learning best practices. And around the time that Raid Weekend 4 was about a fourth of the way through development, or maybe halfway, the Fractals team, we had a meeting and we were talking about like what our future Fractals were going to be. And we were talking about Arc and his storyline. And we had the Chaos Fractal that was coming out around that time. And we were talking about, like, what are the fractals that are coming out to tell the story of Arc, and in what order can we, release them? And
that right there is an interesting fork in the road for fractals. To be like, let's tell a story of multiple fractals. That really made me pay attention.
It was unique, and I think it offered a lot of really. It offered a lot of opportunities to do something that is really only possible in the gaming medium, right?
Okay.
The whole idea of the fractals is that they're constant, right? But they're stuck in a loop. So you make progress. You might tell a character's story, but then everything gets reset, right? And Dessa is particularly tragic because she's looking for someone, or she's looking for something, and she never gets there, right? We have that one moment back whenever Thaumanova Fractal was released where we had the story version of it, and Dessa, exits the fractals of the Mist portal from inside Mistlock Observatory, and then she pops right back in. And it's just, it was really sad. And we wanted to explore that a little bit more, and kind of dive a little bit more into her story. And then also we had this idea for like, what if we had a villain, or an antagonist, I shouldn't say villain, but an antagonist that had the same potential as the player character to traverse fractals as a whole, right? Because that would be super fun. And so we came up with the idea of Arc, and we started telling his story. And I had been working on the Nightmare Fractal, and we had this meeting, and we pitched, hey, what if we took the Nightmare Fractal and put it into full production and made it part of the storyline, right? And it was kind of a dream come true for me. I was like, yes, please.
So at that point, how much had you actually done for the Nightmare Fractal? Was it still something on paper? Did you have like something working in game? Like,
I had a very rough prototype in.
Okay.
I was not versed in how to create creatures and skills and combat encounters. I was still learning a lot of that. I was barely versed in how to just set up content in the game, like spawn deaths and stuff. So it was in a really early stage. But I attribute a lot of the reason why we did it to Ben backing me up, because I would go to Ben with these paper designs, and I would riff off of just the design of the encounters from a high level perspective, pie in the sky, and we'd get into a room and we'd put it on a whiteboard and we talk about mechanics. The vomit mechanic was something that came out of that, where we were like, oh man, wouldn't it be really cool if there was a mechanic where it was a damaging AoE, but it was coming from the player and not from the creature, right? And instead of it being a circle, what if it's a cone that goes out in front of the player, so they like project onto? What if they vomit onto somebody? And we had so many conversations like that. It was a lovely, lovely time.
Wow, that sounds really fun.
And it absolutely was. Ideation is absolutely probably my favorite part of development, right behind the actual release and getting to see people react to
the
it.
Payoff.
But yeah, exactly. But the Nightmare Fractal, we started working on in full production. I was still in QA for a little bit longer, and then around, I want to say a month or two, maybe a month before the release of the Nightmare Fractal, one of our design directors at the time, or lead designer, I think she was a design director,
Okay.
Kristen Cox, pulled me into a room and sat me down. And I remember being terrified because she like gave me this look, like piercing into my soul.
Holy shit.
And then she put down the paper and she was just like, "So we want to offer you a job." And I was just like,
wow.
because I had gone through the process of like of doing the interview for a design position that had opened up, and ended up going with someone else that was at the studio as well. And they made sure to say, like, keep going. We didn't not choose you because you're not talented. We chose the other person because they are the best fit.
Right.
So keep going. Keep that persistence, right? And so this was a dream come true, and I remember that day vividly. I stood in that room for a little bit, and then I grabbed the sheets of paper, and I kind of went running through the halls. I was like, "Whoa!" And I saw Mike O'Brien in one of our like one-on-one rooms off in the side, and he was talking to our narrative director at the time. And the door was open, so I didn't think anything of it because I'm socially awkward, and I should have just been like, "Oh, they're having a serious conversation." No, I walked in, and I'm just like, I'm a designer. I'm a designer. I just ran out. I'm not shitting you. That's what I did. I was like, "This is the best day of my life," and it was great. It was great.
And of course, Mike O is on this scene. How poetic. How poetic.
Exactly. So I worked with Ben to finish that out, and I worked with who did I work with that ended up taking my role as QA on the race team? I want to say Peter Larkin did, and I transitioned out of QA over the course of a little bit of time because you can't just like drop all your responsibilities at once.
That wouldn't be nice.
Right, exactly. Not whenever you're dropping the responsibilities that you have for the team that you're, going to be working with.
Yeah, probably not smart.
And so, yeah. So we finished Nightmare Fractal, we released it, and then I was a designer.
Bro, that is hype. That's a great little story right there.
Yeah,
I mean, it isn't really such a little story. So. No, it is. It's beautiful, man. Because I love that when you first approach, they're like, yeah, no, but keep trying, and then it actually happened for you. You made it happen. I've talked to a couple folks on the narrative side. I talked to Bobby and I talked to Tom, both awesome people. And one of the things that, especially with Bobby, that I really read is like a real desire in helping people move in whatever direction they're passionate to move in, and sometimes a no is not a no, it's a not right now. And like your story, like I think about all the gamers who are going to hear this, whose dream would be to work on a video game. People who are in the same spot now that you were in, when you decided to move out to Seattle. Like, it's a really inspiring story, and it's something I'm really glad people are getting to hear.
I'm gonna give some tough love.
Hit me with it.
But hopefully some inspiring advice.
All right, I'm ready.
If you want to be in the games industry, you need to put yourself in a position to where you can actually be in the games industry. You need to be physically in a space. Maybe not so much now because like quarantine,
it's getting weird,
and,
right?
And the pandemic and we're winding down. But working from home is a lot more popular. But the best way that I have found, in my experience, is to be in the places where the opportunities are, because it's so much easier, at least in my experience, to get those opportunities whenever you live in physical proximity of them. And like I said, it's changed with the pandemic, but still, I would stand by that. And it's going to take a healthy amount of luck. I ran into Mike O'Brien by chance, right? I didn't like stalk him or plan to like find him somewhere. But I put myself in a position where like I wanted to work for ArenaNet, so I'm gonna be in the area that ArenaNet's in.
Yeah.
And that's persistence. But I could have never met him, and I have no idea where I would be at today. I had like a 5-year plan of like, okay, I'm going to save money. I'm going to maybe go to DigiPen, and then I'm going to work for some indie studios. Maybe I'll work for like a couple other companies in the area, and then around this time, I'll apply for ArenaNet. Right. And that whole plan just got fucking thrown out when serendipitously I just came across someone. So don't expect for things to immediately fall into place. Know that there is going to be some luck, but luck is a lot more easy to experience when you put yourself in the situations where it can happen.
You stack the deck.
Exactly. So yeah, keep going. Be persistent. Have that curiosity and foster it, and use online programs like Skillshare. Watch YouTube videos and documentaries and stuff. Highly recommend that you go and look up Design Doc if you don't already know. I'm sorry, I don't mean to shill a bunch of other YouTube channels, but there's a lot of resources out there.
Share the love, man.
New extra credits, New Frame Plus, all there's a ton of other stuff. I could name them off forever, but you can do it. You can do it. That is the most important thing, is don't let yourself get in your head saying this is never going to happen, because then you can create a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's so much more important to just like fight back against that. And I know it's not easy. And I know it takes a lot of time. And here I am, a person who got really, really lucky and, did it in 6 months to get into the position that, opened up all the possibilities for me. So I don't mean to like, you can do it.
Yeah.
I promise.
Yeah. It's good to remember. It's good to remember that the thing that you want should not be a simple thing. Should not be an easy thing. And if everyone who liked playing video games, it was easy for all those people to get jobs in the games industry. Like, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Like, who cares? But no, like what you did, just reflecting on it, was not something that a lot of people are prepared to do. Moving across the country for the future prospect of a potential job. But it's a very smart thing to do. And so like what really stands out to me about it is when you say stack the deck in your favor, like that's something that it's a good aphorism, right? But there are some specifics that I really like. So physical proximity, that's big. Even in the era of, post-COVID, work from home, stuff like that. I don't know. I used to work in an office. I kind of miss it, to be honest. I think that it's a lot harder to get noticed. It's a lot harder to make connections when you're trying to do it all like this, Yeah, it's a lot harder.
Yeah, absolutely. The human element is diluted a little bit whenever you can only interface with people across a screen and across headphones and a mic.
You really got to work for it to get the same amount of value as if you and I were just sitting in a room across from the table from each other.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And there's a lot of things that you end up not easily being able to be cued in on, right?
Yeah.
Like body language and subtle things that people do to kind of like give you a feeling of their emotions. And just, this is going to sound a little weird, but auras, right? Like some people have an aura whenever they're anxious or they have like a nervous tic, and that can cue you in on like ways to reapproach a conversation or how to interface with an individual. And that's a little bit harder whenever you can't be in physical proximity to them. It's not impossible. And I think MMOs and online gaming proves that you can make meaningful connections with people across thousands of miles. So it's not like it's not possible. It's just a little bit more difficult.
Yeah. Well, here's to the possible and the difficult. It's a good one.
Indeed.
Well, I think this is a good moment for us to take a short break. You cool with that?
Sure. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. How long do you need?
Let's take 5.
Okay.
Top off your coffee, stretch your legs. We'll be right back, folks. And we're back. I'm Deeg, chatting here with Cameron Rich, now senior game designer at ArenaNet. We've been talking all about his path from being a gamer to a QA embed to now getting a job as a game designer at ArenaNet because of his incredible work on the Nightmare Fractal. So that is amazing. What happened next?
Oh man. So let's see. After Nightmare Fractal released, we were in the midst of season 3 after Heart of Thorns, and we knew that we wanted to tell the next part of Ark's story, and we didn't quite know exactly where we wanted to go for Ark's story. And so there were a lot of ideas that came about. And one that we actually mentioned before was a mountain map that had a bunch of elementals. And that might sound familiar because we eventually turned that into the latest fractal. But I wanted to go somewhere big. The team wanted to go somewhere big, and we were bouncing off ideas on a whiteboard. And I can't remember who said it, but someone basically said, "What if we went to space? What if we went into the cosmos? And how can we do that, right?" And so our goal became, okay, this is going to be the climactic moment in the trilogy of Ark's story. This needs to surpass the Nightmare Fractal in terms of mechanical complexity, because we, with the Nightmare Fractal, we had shipped challenge mode, which, side note, probably my favorite thing that I've ever worked on from a player experience standpoint. We had this conversation about challenge mode where we're like, we're not going to market it at all. There's going to be one release note that says the Harbinger is watching you, or has its eye on you, or whatever it was. And we're going to get people to go, what the heck does that mean? And then eventually, through play of the fractal and then repeated play to unlock all the achievements and get that meta achievement, we that would unlock the next time you go in this little gadget. It's there at the entrance. What does that do? It's called challenge mode. And then you interact with it, and the Harbinger of Woe comes out, and has this badass enemy with like a cosmic-y looking effect to him. He's wearing the ad infinitum backpack. His very presence in the dialogue box says that, it inspires fear, and you have the option to back away, or you can be like, yeah, I'm going to do it. And you activate challenge mode, and it's an entirely new difficulty setting, changes up the environment zones. We have recolors of the boss fights, removes all the trash to make it to where it's something that you can you go in. And if you're going into challenge mode, you're going in for the awesome boss fights, you're going to do that.
Yeah. And you're going to want to be able to retry quickly.
Right, exactly. And with that change, we made a bunch of systemic changes, like when you interact with the singularity, it repairs your gear, because we knew that players were going to be throwing themselves over and over and over at these bosses. And we're like, we have the system that you always are going to interact with before a boss fight, but it just repairs your gear. Anyway, I digress.
Actually, I think we shouldn't digress. I think that the starting to include challenge modes in Fractal is really important. There's been this community conversation in all instance PvE content for Guild Wars 2 that I can remember about what's the proper difficulty, what should it be, who's this experience really for? Because you have the silent majority of people who are kind of just they're pressing their buttons and having a good time. And then you have the
Yeah.
people who are like whipping out their spreadsheets and like mapping out optimal rotations. And like, how do you give an experience to both those groups? And the challenge mode is like an answer to that problem. From what I've seen.
Give me just a second. The sun is deciding it's going to go straight into my eyeballs.
Oh, beautiful. Watch the cord. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Sorry. Hate to cut you off, but that was just like, ah!
No. Definitely take care of that. I wanted to just pause for a moment and just talk about how awesome it is that challenge modes became a thing that Fractal players could look forward to and can expect. Because that wasn't a thing before, and it gave a bunch of people who want a more difficult and more involved mechanically piece of content something to chew on.
Yeah, man. Okay, so I can tackle this from a couple of different areas.
All right.
My background is a hardcore raider. I raided really hardcore in World of Warcraft.
Which
did
tiers?
A little bit. So I started raiding in Burning Crusade and got up to Mount Hyjal and the first few bosses in Black Temple. But I was a wee little paladin and I did not know what I was doing.
Hyjal was a pain in the ass. Oh my god.
Hyjal was a pain in the ass.
An epic pain in the ass.
that instance. It's nostalgic though, right? That's the main appeal. Is you're going to a place that you know about and you know what happens from Warcraft 3, right? Mm-hmm. So I did those raids a little bit whenever I was younger, and then I really got into hardcore raiding with Wrath of the Lich King.
Okay.
And I was part of a group of people at the very start of the expansion. We did Nax Ramus, we did the 10-man, the 25-man. Before they had the hard modes implemented. I did Ulduar and did the hard modes whenever they were not just like a difficulty setting of the instance, but like a thing that you had to interact with to change the fight, which really quick is an incredibly amazing idea. And it is incredibly, it's so much more expensive to build. Because you have to build a bunch of new scripts and you have to think of a way to organically build it into the narrative of why things are more difficult versus just being like heroic mode.
Like tick a box.
Right, exactly. It's not systemic, it's content driven. And so I did that. I played all of the tiers throughout Wrath of the Lich King. I ended up doing everything up to 25-man heroic Lich King, which was probably one of my favorite encounters I've ever done.
I regret missing out on that.
It's so good.
I stopped raiding right when Ulduar came out, and I did everything up until then.
Oh man, Ulduar was such a special experience. Because I think that's where where the raid designers really hit their stride in creating incredibly difficult challenges that people had to really rack their brains over and create spreadsheets of math in order to get. I remember, man, this is a tangent, but I remember the final boss of Ulduar, Yogg-Saron. Its hard mode was actually a multi-tiered hard mode where you could turn off the different, what were they called? The keepers. Right. And each keeper gave you a different benefit for the boss fight, and you could just turn those off. And so if you wanted to do one keeper or two keeper or three keeper, you could do that. But no keeper, Yogg-Saron, was incredibly difficult. And it was so difficult that people thought it was mathematically impossible at the current gear level. And I remember months of people just yelling and screaming and being like, we need to take 10 balance druids and 7 different arcane mages in order to even get close to being able to do this. I don't know if those were the exact classes, but people were really trying to figure out group composition wise, and it was a huge challenge for the community as a whole, for the raid community to figure out what was going on. And there was a lot of competition because if a guild came out with a strategy or figured out a strategy to tackle that boss and win, then they didn't want to share it until they were able to, get the world first.
Yeah, and pre-streaming days too, you could hide that stuff a lot more effectively.
Right, exactly. And a guild, I want to say, man, Exodus. So if I remember correctly, Exodus was the first guild to come out and say, we've completed the world first Yogg-Saron Zero Light. And everybody was like, nah, liars. How? Show me the proof. And they had the achievement. And everybody was like, how? And it turned out that was one of the first big fiascos of a world first race, because the reason they were able to do it is they had a holy paladin go down in the fight. There are elements where you can go into a portal to go into like a mine zone. You have to send a group of people in order to kill a bunch of ads and then get out before an attack goes off in the mine zone that kills everybody.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And so the way that they completed the encounter was that they sent a group of people in, including one holy paladin and one other paladin. I can't remember. There was an ability that paladins had back in the day called divine intervention, I believe it was called. And the way it worked is if you had a regent on you, you could use the ability while targeting your ally. You would die, but you would put an invulnerability shield on them, and they would live through anything. And it turns out that if you do that to a person who's in the mind room, when that big attack goes off that's supposed to kill everybody, it doesn't kill them. And level design-wise, this is the area where you're fighting Yogg-Saron and all of the ads that pop up, and underneath is the mind room. So when you take that portal, you go down here. And it's close enough, the center point is close enough here that you can aggro creatures from around the top layer by using healing skills on yourself to develop aggro. And if you're a paladin, you can put on Righteous Fury, which is your tanking stance to increase your aggro management. And so a holy paladin would go in there, put on Righteous Fury after being divine intervention. And then that final phase, which one of the most difficult parts of that final phase was that there were these constantly spawning ads that you had to deal with on top of dealing with Yogg-Saron.
Just tank them all.
You could trivialize that by just having a dude standing in the middle of the mind room and healing himself over and over and over, generating aggro, and all of the ads would just go to the center of the room, and you could just ignore them. And that was how Exodus actually ended up killing that boss, if I remember correctly.
I didn't know that story. That's a good one.
It is. It's lore. It's mythology. It's not mythology. It's history, right? Reading history is fascinating.
Yeah.
But shortly afterwards,
what was the fallout?
After it was proven.
Yeah.
Well, so one, Exodus lost a lot of cred, and there was a lot of discourse in the community. And people went back to so it is mathematically impossible,
right?
But then,
which reminds me of vanilla with Cthulhu, right? Because that was one of the big complaints about Cthulhu before it was nerfed. And I think it might have been like Eden Hesychostis was part of that conversation too. Who's now running the whole ship as a fan at the time, saying this is mathematically impossible, and they nerfed it. But anyway, continue.
Cthulhu was crazy too. Man, that was a nuts fight for the time. But yeah, so it figures the two old god boss fights are the ones that were considered to be mathematically impossible, right? I feel like that might be intentional. But yeah, so a guild that was like really not super well known. I want to say their name was Stars, if I remember correctly. They quietly defeated the boss fight and then uploaded their logs. And while they did stack some classes, I want to say hunters were involved. It didn't seem to be anything that was like an exploit, right? They were just that good. They were that on point, and it was a huge celebration moment. that boss fight was crazy. Anyway, that's my tangent. Let's see. We got onto that because of
CMs.
Yeah, CMs and rating. So challenging content is really important for a game that's going to have a long lifespan, right? And a lot of people misunderstand why it's important. Because a lot of people will say, well, it's really important that you have content for your most hardcore fans because they're the ones that care about your game the most. And yes, that is absolutely 100% true. It is really important. But what's more important is that you have aspirational content that more people can look forward to one day doing. And if you set yourselves up right with the right systems and you make it accessible and attractive to get better at a game, practice, and to maybe join some harder groups and to tackle some content on a ladder that leads you up to that aspirational content, having that aspirational content there, regardless of how many people consume it, it's still beneficial, because it gives players goals. It allows them to have something that over years they will still want to do. And only, even though only the hardcorest of the hardcore fans end up doing it, how do you think a hardcore fan is born? They start playing the game, they get really into it.
Everyone starts
they get
casual.
really good at it. Yeah, exactly. They all start somewhere, and then they're attracted to, I want to do that one day. Or they see someone run by on a mount or with an armor skin, and they're like, I want to look like that guy. I want to have what that guy has. That guy's wielding Thunder Fury Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. I want that. How do I do that? And having those kinds of things is really important. There's a balance, right? If it's not accessible enough to where it's something that you just absolutely can't expect to ever get, like if it's a 0.000001% drop rate, it might as well just not exist.
Like Sulfurus or Thunder Fury.
Right, exactly. Those, there's some arguments to be made about why having such rare items is important, because it does create that like, oh my god, you have that?
I did a whole talk about this recently. I'm right there with you.
But yeah, so the aspirational content is really important. In Guild Wars 2, we didn't have aspirational content outside of crafting legendary items until Heart of Thorns. And then with Heart of Thorns, we released raids. And raids, by default, were pretty difficult, especially in a game that was considered to be pretty accessible and easy from a PvE content standpoint. Some of the hardest bosses in the game up at that point, not counting world bosses, were things like Giganticus Lupicus, and some of the bosses in the city of Ra. But we didn't have anything that was on the level of like a raid boss, right? We didn't have something that required that really intimate group coordination that is really only possible with a close-knit group of people or people talking over voice. And so with raids, we created that aspirational content. But my opinion is that we didn't have a ladder that led up to that. So where World of Warcraft has difficulty modes, and they have dungeons, and they have raids that are normal mode and hard mode, they give you a bunch of steps to take on your way to doing the thing. And with Guild Wars 2, we released that final rung of the ladder, but we didn't have the rungs that allow you to go. So you could leap, and if you were a really good player, you could grab onto that rung and you can go and do that content. But we weren't really preparing players through the content that we already had. And Fractals was the closest place that we had something similar. Right?
Yeah.
So that's where challenge mode was born. Was we talked and we were like, we think that Fractals has the potential to be as challenging as raids. We think that Fractals are going to be more accessible by the fact that they are 5-person content, and we don't have nearly as strict role requirements. You can usually just go in with a group of 5 people no matter what. And we think that creating this additional difficulty mode out of content that already exists, not brand new content, but content that already exists, that we're already building, is just efficient. It's just more bang for a buck. And it's an investment. And there's a little bit of risk in that if it doesn't do what it seeks out to do, then, try again, right?
Right.
But it was really important to us that we ship, and we had a lot of internal conversations about should we do it? Should we not do it? Are we misstepping by doing this? And it won out. We ended up shipping it, and it got great reviews. And it's something that, like, if you're new to the game, I'm not going to suggest that you go and play a challenge mode.
Right.
But the cool thing about Fractals is that they have tiers of difficulty that you can build through. And part of the reason that really solidified our desire to want to build them in Fractals was that we had that stepped ladder of difficulty within the game mode. So you could take a fractal and approach it from a tier 1 difficulty first, learn the basics, learn the ropes, get knowledge of the very basic mechanics that you need to know. Go to 2, get a little bit better. Go to 3, get a little bit better. And the idea was that by the time that you were a master of tier 4, you could then graduate to challenge mode fractals. And we had everything there that allowed people to climb that ladder and get to that place. And then from there, if you're really good at challenge mode fractals, you're probably the kind of player that's going to do really well in raids. So go try it out, right? And that was the goal. And I think we did a good job of creating that extra step. Do I think we can improve? Yeah, we can always improve. But it did become something that one of the downsides was it was creating design debt, right? Once you release a content mode like challenge mode, the expectation is that you're going to release more challenge modes.
Yes.
And so you have to, when you make a decision to do that, you got to think long term, and you got to think, do I have buy-in from all parts of the studio? Do I have buy-in from my directors? Do I have buy-in from my design leads?
What does it look like to get that kind of buy-in?
It's a process of running a lot of numbers and proving through data and philosophy that it is a healthy decision for your game.
Okay.
There's a lot that goes into it. A lot of things like, does it drive player retention? Does it get more players to try out the game mode? Does it get more people to jump back into the game? If they've been if they're lapsed players who haven't played in a long time. And what we found through our data collection with Nightmare was that it ticked all of those boxes exceptionally well. And I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head right now, but at the time, Nightmare, I believe, was the most played Fractal for months after its release by a factor of 4.
Wow.
That is incredible success. And it proved that at least to me, it proved that's what players want, right? They want options, and that hardcore crowd exists. And oftentimes that hardcore crowd is the group that is going to be the most vocal and give you the most free marketing, right? The most free press. And so servicing
passionate
them,
and engaged players who are willing to put in the time. Those are the folks who are going to show up, who are going to make content. Those are the folks who are going to be posting stuff on Reddit, like do stuff on the wiki. That's the person you wanna romance almost.
Yeah, exactly. You want to form that relationship with them, and that's not to say that like every super engaged member of our community, every hardcore player of our community is wants to have that kind of content, right? But there is a section of our community that really wants that challenging group combat, and so that's who we were targeting, because that's another really important thing is and a misstep that a lot of game developers will make is they try to please everybody. And they try to make a little something for everybody. You hear that marketing term a lot, and I don't know. For me, when I hear there's a little something for everybody, I'm like, a little something for everybody isn't going to really entice me to stay around for a while. That's just my opinion as a gamer.
No, I have the same read. If it's for everyone, it's really for no one.
Right. It might satisfy you for a little bit. But yeah, so going from Nightmare releasing with the challenge mode, having the success that we found there, we decided to do Shattered Observatory. The internal name is Cosmic. There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
And the Shattered Observatory fractal was the first time that I was able to develop alongside Ben Arnold from the very beginning of development all the way through production. Whereas with Nightmare, I was on QA for a lot of it. And Shattered was, without getting into too much details, the previous fall was really, really difficult for me. And some personal stuff, some family stuff.
Okay.
And so I dove into my work. And so I put a lot of like my heart and soul into the experience of playing Shattered Observatory, and tried to make, I think I might have gone a little bit overboard, but make what I wanted to be the pinnacle 5-man challenging content in the game. And we sought out to do that. We've got a bunch of new tech. Because of the success of Nightmare, it was clear that Fractals was a lucrative content form. And so Ben and I invested in a lot of new tech. Ben built wind tech, the stuff that you see everywhere now, where you get pushed around and stuff. That was ideated and created in the Cosmic Fractal, in Shattered Observatory, because we had a
Cosmic Shattered Observatory. Cosmic Shattered Observatory. Just to give people a little bit of mental memory there. No,
yeah. But there were some mechanics that I had built, like on the first boss. You have the moment where you get the boss down to 66% health. You got to run into the little orb thing that's popped up, and that shoots you off to the next platform.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I had a very janky solution for that. That was like, it was super perf heavy, and it didn't feel good. And I was like, it works, which is a lot of time designers, that's what we have to do. We have a tool set to build things with. And in order to make cool things, sometimes you just got to be okay with them not being the best thing ever.
Yeah,
right?
A little bit of duct tape, a little bit of cardboard to make it work.
Yeah, bubble gum. It's fine. So Ben saw that, and we had this conversation about like how to possibly solve it. And I forget exactly how the conversation went, but eventually it led to, what if we did wind in our game? What if we had the ability to push players around with wind forces? That would open up so many cool new opportunities of like being able to have tornadoes that spin you around. Because previously we had tornadoes that just constantly knocked you back, and it felt terrible.
Yeah.
We could actually just move you around smoothly. We could do things like pull you up into the orb and then launch you to the next place. And then one of my favorite things that we were able to do with it is by looking into wind tech, we were actually able to do low gravity. And so that also helped out with it being, the space environment that you get to after that first initial section. Now you're actually in space, and you feel like you're in space because you're like, whoa, I'm jumping.
Right.
It's really fun. And that's how a lot of game development works. Is like someone has a crazy idea, and if they're partnered up with the right person or the right programmer, that person is just like, that's not the way to do it. Here's the way to do it, right? And then crazy things happen.
God bless the programmers and the tool developers.
Oh God, yes. We could not build the game without them, and it would be so much more janky if they didn't support us as they did. So God bless you. Thank you. I love you all. But yeah, so Cosmic was an experiment in and of itself, right? Because we tried out all this new tech, and we created some new mechanics for the Cosmic Fractal. Like we had, so the first boss, focused around wind tech and focused around launching you around the areas, and then also focused a little bit more on like highly telegraphed attacks that were incredibly dangerous. So you've got a lot of like really wide cones that come out in patterns, but longer telegraphs so that you have time to find where the safe zone is.
Okay.
The second
So
boss,
more punishing, but still visible.
Right, exactly. Because one of the things that we looked at with Combat and Guild Wars 2 that we really wanted to kind of try and tackle incrementally with the fractals, starting with Nightmare actually, was that there are a lot of attacks, especially in the older game, that don't have really visible telegraphs, especially when there's a lot of people in an area and they're all firing off their skills. It gets lost in the sea of noise of the effects of everything, which is just that's going to happen in an online game, right? And so it requires a bit of a shift in mentality and design philosophy to accommodate that. And so you have to build in a little bit more intentional windups. You kind of have to go a little bit further than you might think for giving players a little bit more time to react. My golden rule of thumb is like 2.5 to 3 seconds of like, bam, right? And if you haven't moved in that time, like you either weren't paying attention or you were locked down or whatever.
Sure.
Or you hadn't seen the attack before and you don't know the timing.
Right.
But it's a lot easier to learn that timing than pop, right? Like that's Twitch.
Yeah, which is kind of like memorization. Like you kind of get it in your mind, and then you're doing a series of steps versus actually being in the moment and reacting, which is a lot more fun, I think.
Exactly. It's pattern recognition, right? And that's super fast reaction time. That's really, really good for like action games and fighting games. But it's especially with an MMO where you have like some latency involved. It's really important to try and build in a little bit more of that grace period. So Cosmic, continued to build off that philosophy. Our second boss, she used a lot of pattern-based attacks, things that like followed a path and created cool little patterns. We had the bouncing marble mechanic, which was like super fun and unique.
I like that.
And we had the Doom mechanic. I think is probably one of my favorite that we did for that fractal. Of one player has to stand inside of the zone or else everybody gets killed. It's a very simple interaction, but it creates so much tension and it gets the group to be like, oh no, go. You only have a certain amount of time. You got to react, right? And then we put all of that stuff together and we created some more unique mechanics for Arc. And Arc was super challenging to put together. I spent a lot of time going through different iterations of that fight. There were times where it was a circular platform. There were times where at one point it was like a stepped cylinder where you would like bounce back and forth between different platforms to get to the top, and then you'd fight Arc. And ultimately we landed on, okay, it's a square with a grid. We're going to call back to the Chaos Isles where we had the grid with the gladiator fight. And this time they're smaller tiles and they'll just drop out from under you. And that was a really fun fight. And the challenge modes for those fights as well were a lot of fun to put together. The look away mechanic that we ended up putting in, that was a lot of fun. Cosmic, like where Nightmare focused on animations and highly telegraphed attacks, and then we focused on bullet hell because we were really, really excited about Nier Automata at the time.
Okay, that's good to know.
we focused a lot more on like the action side of things with Nightmare, and then we took those lessons and we applied them to Cosmic, but we injected more classical MMO group responsibilities of like, you have this thing, you must go here or people die. And I think it worked out well. It's definitely one of the more challenging fights or fractals in the game. And that's why it is so high up on the scale list. But I don't know. I think it's a lot of fun, and I always enjoy playing it whenever I get a chance.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. It's one of my favorites.
That's good.
And of course, this fractal had, as you mentioned, the conclusion of a little fractal story arc. You want to talk about that?
Yeah. We were telling a really personal story that was hidden behind the visage of a non-personal story, right?
Yeah.
we were piecemealing out, the relationship between Ark and Dessa. And spoilers, at the end of Shattered Observatory, you find out that Ark is Dessa's son, and that they are, in fact, in their own kind of meta time loop. And so it's a little tragic and a little hauntingly beautiful that they can't escape their fate. Through all the work that Ark had done to create the diaphanous diffraction randomizer, he was not able to break the rules of the fractals environment. He simply added another layer on top of them. And seeing him come to that realization, I want to say it was Matt Mercer who ended up voicing Ark, did such a stellar performance of seeing him after that fight going through and being like, no, I ran the numbers. This should work. And then realizing that like there was a fundamental flaw in his logic that he forgot that he was working in the fractals. And so there are things that even he doesn't understand that are keeping him from being able to achieve his goal. And so, we one of the things that we went over whenever we knew we wanted to tell the end of that story was, first, we wanted to give players the ability to leave the fractal on replay, without having to see that whole scene because it's fairly long.
Right.
But we also, we wanted to give players the ability to sit and kind of take in an intimate moment that they had earned by going through the storyline. And then at the end of it, if you've got everything, if you've got all the achievements, you can actually go up to Dessa. And I believe there's a conversation option that is only available if you've done everything.
Really?
That gives a little. It's either Dessa or Yoko that you can go up to, and you have that little conversation option that pops up. And I don't want to spoil that specifically, because if anybody is interested in going and seeing what it is, you should go. It's cool.
Yeah.
Cosmic was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the coolest things that games get to do, and you touched on this earlier, is find a way to let us not just see and hear human stories, but be agents in them,
Yeah.
To make them go. And I think that first off, I think that the story is effective. It works. Like, you buy it. And I love how it loops into the mechanics of the world. Like, that is such it's a moment that makes you think harder about the way the world works, and it also touches you somewhere that you understand, which is the sorrow of losing a loved one.
Yeah. It's actually a narrative thread that we revisited with the Sunqua Peak fractal as well. Yeah, sorry, that's a long story. I'm willing to talk about it, but it is definitely a long one. And we kind of skip ahead a little bit in the years because that is this past year, 2020.
Sure. So what's the best next logical place to take this? Where do you want to
go? So let's see.
So you finish the Cosmic Fractal. Comes out.
Yeah.
People are liking it.
Yes. So finish the Cosmic Fractal. And actually, before the Cosmic Fractal shipped, I was approached by one of our lead designers and was asked, hey, we have a lot of ambition for the story that we want to tell in Living World Season 4. And we're trying to put together a team that we feel very confident is going to be able to deliver the narrative storytelling quality that we want to hit. And we know you really like building fractals. but we think that we would like you to join the Living World team for a little while, focus on open world content and some story instance content there. Because again, ArenaNet is my first job in the industry, and so my experience as a designer up to that point was very narrow in the encounter design side of things.
Right. Right.
And specifically MMO and massive multiplayer encounter design. And so they gave me an opportunity to kind of learn some new skill sets and philosophies and methodologies for storytelling in games in general, as well as the open world side of MMOs, which as games become more and more online and connected, we see more open world games that you can play co-op. And so that would translate really well if I ever wanted to move studios, which I don't. But so I moved over to Living World, and we were doing Living World Season 4.
Right.
And I joined the team that was working on Episode 2, which would be called Bug in the System. And it was a lot of fun. It was very different. And it was a little heartbreaking to leave behind Fractals, because I felt like, I was, I had been there for, less than a year, pumped out two Fractals that I was incredibly proud of. I had, I had this idea for what I was going to do with the next ones and stuff. And, but, I left I didn't leave the team in good hands. The team was in good hands, right? And so, so moving over to Living World was a little bittersweet. But I enjoyed a lot of my time on the Living World team, and I value it a lot.
What were some of the challenges you faced in getting into that?
Well, so one of the first things is, as a person who had spent that his whole design time up to that point thinking about encounters and thinking about boss fights and creatures and stuff, I had to shift gears because you can't just put a bunch of boss fights in the open world that are at the same difficulty level as challenge mode fractals. And luckily, the tiered system of fractals and being able to create things at dynamic difficulties lended itself towards an easier transition into creating like standalone creatures, creating open world events, which is an entirely different system that I had to learn from scratch. Creating at the time we were doing the repeatable hearts again, and so building those out for the first time was fun. I started doing open world content specifically, and my first big project was the Olmakhan. We knew that we wanted to go to somewhere on the map that was not in GW1, because a lot of the Path of Fire and Season 4 maps were GW1, and there's a lot of nostalgia there, and there's a lot of value in that nostalgia, but we wanted to kind of expand the world a little bit. And so we came up with this idea of, here's this peninsula, it looks like it's got a volcano on it. What's that look like? Right? And over the course of a few months of ideation and kind of prototyping and going back and forth, we came up with the idea for Sandswept Isles. And one of the things at the core of it that I'm really, really proud of the team that I got to work with to bring them to life is the Olmakhan. Because I love the Charr. But I also think that the Charr needed it. It felt like the culture of the Charr was missing something. They were missing Charr that didn't fit into the mold of being part of the machine, right? And the only other version that we had of that was the Flame Legion, which were the bad guys, right?
Yeah, they were the opposite extreme. They were Charr times 10, kind of.
Right, exactly. They were the fascist Charr at the time, and so what I ended up doing was I remember getting into a room and kind of just like bouncing some ideas off with one of our writers and one of our designers about like what if we had Charr, but they were naturalistic? What if they were like not hippies, because that's like too in a box, right? It's too stereotypical. But what if they were more just like living off the land? They weren't about pumping up iron and using it to create these great iron citadels. They weren't about super high technology that was killing the world. And they were more about balance and a lot of philosophies that center around family and kindness. Kindness from a place of not necessarily obligation, but of a desire to just be good, right? Kindness without expectation of anything in return. And so we worked to create this new culture, created this huge backstory. We created some some tales that they would pass down to their children, like the Iron Whale, the crashed airship that is where the elders sit. That was like a little story that we had put together. And we worked really hard to bring that culture to life and
to breathe life.
Yeah. And in a new way that we hadn't really seen before in GW2. And that was great.
I really love that. Like, I heard you mention like the old game before, thinking of like release Guild Wars 2, and a lot of the NPC cultures are kind of like there to be like, they're there to be enemies sometimes, or they're there to oppose some force, like, or the good or the bad, stuff like that. And really, the sense I got playing through the episode and going to the Olmakhan village, which I love, it has a real decent footprint on the map. It's not just like it's not a waypoint, right? Like there's clearly something built up there, but like what they're for.
I cut out.
What?
Okay, I'm back.
We're good.
Yes, I think so.
Did you lose me?
Yeah, just for a little bit. I think we're good though.
I was just talking about how I love that you get a sense of what the Olmakhan are for, exactly what you're talking about. Like the value. I think that in shared worlds and online worlds, they tend to grow and evolve over time. That like when you have something like the Olmakhan, and you take the time to create the culture, breathe life, give them a unique footprint, and make the player feel and understand what that footprint means, you can then, it gives you a very powerful tool in the future. So when you bring the Olmakhan into another situation, like you understand what's coming in, in a way that like if you're getting like a human separatist, like in the Charr versus human conflict, you kind of don't. It's like, I hate these other race. It's like, okay, but like, what are you like as a person?
Right.
And that go ahead.
The depth is hard to find without kind of drawing your own conclusions.
Okay.
Because like the separatists is a good example, right? Like they wear who they are on their sleeve, right? So there's not really an opportunity. Yeah, exactly. There's not really an opportunity to ask, like, I mean, there is, because we're game developers and we can, at some point we can just be like, what if a separatist, had a more in-depth story? But, as it stood, it was like you kind of knew who they were and what you were getting into. And for a lot of factions in a game, sometimes it's really important to have something that's very clearly antagonistic, right?
Oh, right.
But I personally, as a storyteller, and I know a lot of other people on the team agree with me, a lot of our narrative team feels the same way as this, is that where we can find depth in anything is just going to make a better product, because it allows us to tell more intricate stories. It allows us to dive further into the characters, further into their motivations. And oftentimes it gives us a lot more in terms of content that we can follow up on in the future if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Seeds that we can plant.
That's exactly what I was thinking when I was so clumsily suggesting that having an in-depth culture like that with something that the players feel and understand and can empathize with is it's very different than if you say, okay, well, who is this person that we're bringing into the story, like in this future, whatever. And it's like, oh, it's an Olmakhan. I know what that means. Or, oh, it's a separatist. Like, okay, this person just hates Charr. Like, is there anything more to this person's character? Like, what do we know about this person? How do they live? What's their family like? You know nothing about this person, actually. You just know one opinion they have.
Yeah.
Whereas when you the Olmakhan, it's a very different vibe. So I appreciate that a lot. So I just wanted to reflect that.
I'm glad that you do. It was a labor of love because we built a brand new culture. We had to create an entirely new backstory, and one of the hardest parts about introducing a new faction into a game like Guild Wars 2, into a persistent online world, especially and actually particularly a friendly faction, is how do you get players invested, right? How do you get them invested in who they are, and who they like, what they stand for as a faction, and ideally, especially in an MMO where players can play as the same character race as the faction you're introducing, how can you get someone to ask the question, could I be part of these people?
Right.
Could I join their ranks? Right.
And what would that mean?
Right, exactly. And we asked a lot of these questions, and we talked to our artists, and to our narrative team, and the audio team, about like what kind of music they would have in their village, what kind of sounds that they would make with the tools that they have. We talked about from a design point, what kind of mounts they would use, and we landed on skimmers because they're in the Isles, and so it makes sense for them to have something to go over water, which I find hilarious because Charr are just big cats. So in my mind, they're just so afraid of water that they're like, skimmers are our best friend because they keep us dry. But and I think one of my favorite things that ended up coming out of those discussions, is towards the point of allowing players to kind of live the fantasy of being one of them, which is that we got new horn styles for the Charr. We got new horn and I believe some new hairstyles, specifically designed around the aesthetic of the Olmakhan. And then we not only put them onto the Olmakhan, NPCs in the world, we added them to the character creation process. And so if you want to create an Olmakhan, you have aesthetic options to help reinforce that. You don't have to just have a headcanon anymore. You have real in-game, solid proof that grounds you as a character of that kind of faction. And that's something that we don't often get to do. And it was an absolute pleasure to be able to do it.
That's very cool. That's very cool, man.
Yeah.
So you can come up as a Charr in the legions, doing big Charr things, war machines, blah blah blah, and then you get to know the Olmakhan. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna change. I'm gonna be one of these people. I love that.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, I think there's some interesting character stories that I've seen players come out with, where they have told their own stories of their characters coming across the Olmakhan, and learning of their culture, and then converting to their culture, and leaving their old life behind. And it's really heartwarming. And it fills me with a lot of pride.
That's great, man. Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for the team.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely. A lot of people work to make that happen. And I could not have done it alone. And I'm super grateful because it was just a random fucking idea that I had that I took into a meeting one day, and I'm like, Wild Charr. That was their original name. Wild Charr. What if they were like living off the land and they were predators and like blah, 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 and they were wearing, like tribal gear and stuff like that. And I turned into the Olmakhan. It was great.
That's cool, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. So other than the Olmakhan, what did you get to work on in Bug in the System?
Bug in the System, I ended up helping out with. So I built a lot of the open world content for the northern part of the map with the Olmakhan. I built the event where the big prop boss golem that you see in the Asura starting instance, the Mark II, drops from the sky and you can fight it in a couple of different places. Built that event.
Sure.
I built spearfishing, which I still think is hilarious. I remember prototyping that out, and it was absolutely a gag at first. And I was like, I bet I could put fishing into our game by just having a spear gun, and you shoot a creature, and then we have a system, like projectiles. We assign a model to the projectile to make it look like something. And I was like, I could make a projectile that's a fish. And so that was like, I could shoot a fish and then press another button and have it jump out of the water as a projectile. And spearfishing
fired
was born.
Back at you. That's beautiful, dude. You need
fun.
fishing in your MMO.
It's great. It's great. I love that we were able to get that in. And let's see, what else excuse me. What else did I work on? I helped out with the third instance for that episode. So the one where you actually engage with and meet the Olmakhan with Bram, and then you go about the path with Bram during the attack from all the Inquest golems. That was a lot of fun to set up. A lot of unique challenges from that. An example is we have the animation for a player character holding up their shield. I'm using my left arm, but holding up their shield to block a projectile, right? And a player character can move forward while they're using that skill because we built that system in, and the input is driven by the player, so the game allows them to do that. But a creature cannot inherently perform that same action. And so that's why you don't see creatures moving and using skills at the same time, because to do that requires a lot more authoring of the content and creating the skill in a different way. And in some cases, it requires entirely new animation, which is really expensive. And so we had this idea of like, okay, well, Bram needs to protect the cubs. And he's a guardian. So how does he do that? He creates a shield of absorption, but we need him to walk. And so I don't want him to like go to a point, shield of absorption, have a bunch of waves come around, fight the waves. He puts the shield down while he's being bombarded with all of these other things running through. We could have done that.
Yeah.
But I really wanted to see if we could do an animation where Bram is holding up the shield of absorption and is struggling to hold it as he moves through the bombardment of all of those.
That's the moment, man. That's the big fantasy moment right there. Like the warrior with the shield and the waves. Like that's what you want.
That's the tank fantasy. I'm protecting my allies by you're not going to get through these. And it was a lot of fun to get that built out. The animator that I worked with on that just absolutely killed it. And it ended up being a little bit simpler than I had expected.
That's always nice.
But we used a couple of new tech that we had created previously that we were struggling to find use for, and it fit the bill for this exact thing. It allows us to kind of override the animation state of a player, so I can turn your walk into whatever I want, right? So you don't have to be using the walk animation, and that's what I did with Bram. Is he's technically walking, but he's using this new animation that allows him to move forward with his shield raised. And so it's a little smoke and mirrors. He's not using a skill the whole time. He's got a buff that applies the the shield around him and stuff.
Duct tape and cardboard.
Yep. Just craftiness in general.
Yeah.
And then that ended off with the exterminator golem that pops out the core. And I mentioned back when we were talking about World of Warcraft and Ulduar and that second boss that was going to be important. It was going to come back.
All right, I'm ready.
That boss fight was directly inspired by that mechanical interaction from XT. Because you have the core pop out of XT, you do the damage to it, it goes back in, you keep doing mechanics. And I was like, wouldn't it be really fucking cool if there was an EndQuest golem that you had to like get the core of the golem to come out, and then what if the golem was sentient and like said lines and like tried to get away by jumping around and stuff using controlled explosions, and it was a lot of fun. That fight was great. It was a new rig, so I had a lot of fun building a new creature, and I got to stretch a lot of the design skills that I had built making fractals in a Living World episode by building a story boss that was a little bit more like a fractal boss. So that's mostly what I worked on for episode 2. There's a bunch of like other little things here and there that I helped out with, but those are the main key points.
Word. Before we move on to post episode 2 things, I'd like to request another couple minute break. Can we do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Be right back, folks. And we're back. I'm Deeg, talking to ArenaNet senior designer Cameron Rich. We were just chatting about one of his first design jobs that was not fractal related, working on Bug in the System episode 2 for season 4 of the Living World of Guild Wars 2. So I know that you ended up working on War Eternal episode 5 as well. Was that the next thing that you went to after that? Or was there something
All
in
or
between?
nothing.
That's what I meant. Yes, War Eternal was 6.
Yes.
Thank you for correcting me. Thank you.
But yes, All or Nothing was what I immediately jumped over to after episode 2.
I can imagine. Dude, I know we're going to talk about it, but what an episode. There is so much stuff in that episode. So I'm going to tell you a little story, and then I'll let you tell me yours. But I actually went back, and after playing the latest story release with Primordius and Jormag, their confrontation, I went back and just re-experienced a lot of the old dragon content, just to get the sense of like what's like the overall dragon story been for Guild Wars. I made a little video out of it. And when I got up to War Eternal, that's where things like started. Sorry, I keep saying War Eternal. All or Nothing.
Okay.
When I got up to All or Nothing, like I suddenly like I felt like almost like a switch was thrown in terms of like the stakes and the quality of the dragon storytelling, which I know is a pain in the ass. And the arc of Oreen's maturation held up against the many failed attempts of fighting this crazy ass elder dragon, Kralkatorrik, this most badass of foes. And I still remember when I played episode 5, All or Nothing, which is not called War Eternal, when I first showed up in the keep and you hear the choir, the Zephyrite choir, right? Which is kind of the tell. Like it's like, oh, this is a somber thing that's gonna happen. And then the trailer with the speech, we're gonna save the world and kill the crystal dragon. Give me a break. That's incredible. And everything that went into it. I want you to tell the story, but I just want to tell you that the events of that episode, some of the most affected that I felt experiencing the storytelling in Guild Wars 2. And that concluding with the moment of the outcome of the Kralkatorrik fight, which now so tell me about it. How did this come to be?
Whew. All right. This episode, All or Nothing, was a solid year of my life.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a lot to develop.
Wow.
From inception to prototype to iteration to polish. There were many challenges. When we first started to work on the episode, we knew that this was going to be the confrontation, right?
Okay.
We knew that this was the moment that we needed the player to feel like expectations were about to be broken, right? Because I think a lot of people didn't expect to kill Kralkatorrik
Yes.
in a Living World episode. They expected the Living World season to like end with some crazy thing that set up the next expansion, and then Kralkatorrik was going to be, the big bad of the next X Pack.
Sure.
But we had different plans, and we wanted to deliver a confrontation with Kralk that was on the level of quality that you would expect from an expansion pack in a Living World episode. We wanted to deliver it in such a way that it felt dark and gritty, and yet empowering and hopeful, which is a tall order. And we wanted to pull on players' nostalgia for Guild Wars 1 in the same episode. And so we sat down and we talked about a lot of different things, because those are a lot of tall orders. And to try and fill every single one of them in the same episode, this is a challenge. But the team was absolutely ready to be up to the task. And we got together and we decided, okay, let's tackle the nostalgia part first. Where is this going to take place? Thunderhead Keep.
Yeah, baby.
That's the place. That's the the mission that people. I think the mission that people remember the most about GW1.
Yeah.
It's the one that constantly gets called back to as like one of the most fun ones, one of the most difficult ones.
Yeah, it was the major bottleneck
iconic.
if you were just kind of a tuned out player, because it was hard.
Yeah, exactly. It was very hard, and it was iconic to GW1 Prophecies. Not the least of which was because you were going into the land of the dwarves after dealing with the Stone Summit. You were now going into the Ironhammer dwarves, and you were going into an area that had a lot of mystique and history to it, right? Even in GW1, and so with GW2, it was almost like, I don't want to say it was an obvious choice, but when it was thrown out, almost everybody in the room was just like, yes, that's beats out every other option we have.
Yeah.
So we landed on that, and then we knew that we needed to have the confrontation with Kralkatorrik. And so how do you have a confrontation with Kralkatorrik in Thunderhead Keep? And a lot of ideas were thrown out for that. Fighting him on top of a mountain was thrown out. Did
you guys draw any lessons from like previous Elder Dragon fights and things that worked and didn't work?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that we started out was you have to fight him directly.
Okay.
We with Zaitan, it's a meme. You get onto a cannon, you press 2, and he's dead. With Marjamoth, you fight him directly in the open world, which felt really good.
Yeah.
And then you go into his mind and you fight his mind in an instance. And that felt a lot better. And so for Kralkatorrik, we knew that priority number 1 was you're going to get right up in his face, and you're going to see the scope of the dragon. That the concept art for him was that he was a mountain range.
Yeah.
And that's the lore, is that he was a mountain range in Guild Wars 1. And then whenever the time between GW1 and GW2 went by, he rose
the
and created this scar
Yeah.
in the world. He
Yeah.
created the brand, which is this whole environment aesthetic, right? And it's otherworldly, right? It's
Yeah.
super high
Yeah.
fantasy, and he is the most dragony dragon that we have,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yeah.
Um,
I buy it.
and so so I was put in charge of building the instance where you fight Kralkatorrik,
Mm-hmm.
and that was my primary responsibility. I helped out with a couple of other little things here and there, like I did the what do we call it, the Wrathbringer,
Mm.
the big old chonky boy that you fight at the end of the meta in Thunderhead
Yeah.
Keep.
Yeah.
But by and large, my focus was on that final instance
Yeah.
and building up to that.
And what an instance it
And
was. Like, I loved that you actually got to fight the dragon. The pacing was, I remember the pacing felt good. Like you were moving around and doing things, but it didn't feel like you were shying away from actually taking on the dragon. It didn't feel like the game or the encounter was too scared to actually put the balls to the wall and be like, here's a dragon, you got a sword, figure it out.
I'm really glad to hear you say that, because
Anyway.
that was my intent. I I drew on a lot of my love for games with epic scale boss battles.
Okay.
I know I said I played a lot of Final Fantasy and I played a
Mhm.
lot of Kingdom Hearts, and like that's my favorite franchise. But my second, actually tied for my first favorite game of all time,
Mm.
is Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oh
it
yeah.
is it is just a seminal masterpiece.
Mhm.
It is a work of art, and anybody who disagrees, I am ready to fight. And the feeling of being incredibly small and
Mhm.
yet having the courage to take on something enormous, where you
Yeah.
are a
Yeah.
tick on the back of a gigantic rhinoceros. Like that's just something that, again, is only possible in video games, right?
Mhm.
Especially because like courage comes from within, and as the agent of the experience, you have to practice that in order
Mhm.
to go forward and do it. Um, and so
Yeah, and one
so I
component of that too is like over the course of the season, the flavor of the masteries, right, is this like this bond with Aurene. This is one thing that's
yeah.
really been developing, and this fight had one of my favorite payoffs for one of those things, with the I don't know, it was like this like sonic blast thing that
Yeah,
and it. Are you going to get to that? I don't want to ruin your
I
way of telling
will.
it.
I
Okay,
will.
walk the path then, friend. Let's go.
Sure. So I hope not to disappoint.
Mhm.
So we started off the instance with that walk up through the barracks,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Seeing, because everything leading up to that instance in the episode was,
Yeah.
how the hell are we gonna do this?
Right.
We have armies, but like we have what, spears tipped with crystal?
Mhm.
Hopefully that works. We
Yeah.
have no proof that it's going to work though. So we're trying, and if we fail catastrophically. And so that walk through the barracks was a moment of seeing courage in other forms,
Mhm.
and also seeing the humanity in the
Yes.
people that you've got coming behind you, right?
Yeah.
People who are scared, people who are worried that they're going to die, people who are worried that they're going to leave behind someone,
Yeah.
um, and but also people who are rallying behind you, who are like, yeah, I'm willing to put my life on the line. I believe in this. I
Mhm.
believe in you. I believe in Aurene, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
And backing that up with with Kaith being transformed,
Yeah.
and showing that Aurene's influence as an up and coming dragon does not necessarily mean mind control. It doesn't mean
Mhm.
what the branded mean. It doesn't. It's not like the Mordrum, or it's not like the Risen.
Yeah.
It's something different.
It's not about domination. The I am
It's a
not
bomb.
him. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. God, I love that moment.
Oh, me too.
It's such a good cutscene.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that bond with Aurene, we talked about it whenever we were developing, and it was something that I think we did a good job of showcasing through the narrative in that sequence and throughout the episode was not everybody is going to trust her, right? Not everybody is just going to be like, yeah, no, it's totally fine. We have an up and coming elder dragon, which has constantly been a problem for our world for the last how many years. Yeah, implicitly trust just because you say so. No, some people are going to be scared. Some people are going to be afraid. And so walking through those ranks and seeing those different perspectives was really important. And then we had the chef that around the same time that we were developing, myself and some of the other team members, we were playing a lot of Monster Hunter World. And
what a fun game.
We loved the cat chef and the crazy animations that they had, and like all they just put in so much effort into it. Exactly, it's so good. It's so over the top. And I took inspiration from that pretty heavily.
Okay.
And so I put together a char that looked a little bit like him. And I was like, this guy's going to be the guy who just feeds everybody and feeds them the good meals and gets them all hyped up. Because when you have an army, the best way to improve morale is to have a good meal, right? And so we needed to have that chef character. So I'm really happy that we were able to get that guy in.
It's a great touch.
And also, fun little fact, the salt of the guy, like, putting salt on the meat that was big back in that time. That's what inspired that final step that Motes has whenever he is cooking his meal. He walks over with a great sword, and then he has like a big old hunk of meat. He chops it up, and then one of the last things he does is he like whoosh, does that, and you see like a splash of what looks like salt and snowy salt. And that was him putting salt on it. That was all inspired by Salt Bay. It's a little fun fact.
Beautiful.
Game developers know about memes because of course we do. And then you walk a little bit further, you get to the place where you've got the forge, where not the dragon forge, but the place where you've got people making weapons and armor for the sub ranks, right? And they mentioned, they're like, we don't have the same materials that you have for the dragon blood weapons. We have scraps, we have the dust, but we can give you some maybe reinforcement through that. And so the idea of like having little optional buffs to like improve your power level and give you a little bit more of an edge in the coming battle came about. And then that speech happened. And Connor Fallon helped me out a lot. Connor Fallon is one of our incredibly talented narrative designers, and he leads the story team. And he had some extra time towards the end of development to help me really bring that scene to life by having people come in from the back as you're speaking and kind of fill out the ranks and make it really feel like you're talking, you're speaking, and you're commanding attention, and people are noticing and they're coming in, and then and then people go off, right? And that was such a good moment. And telling the initial plan by using the map system, something that we had previously done by using the scouts out in the world, that was a lot of fun, because that was just one of those crazy ideas of like, we need a visual representation of the map. And one of the ideas floated was like, what if we have like a holographic map in the middle with like all these moving pieces and stuff? And that would be really cool. And it's also very expensive. And a lot of game development is we only have so much budget, so we need to be very judicial about where we spend it.
Yes.
So in place of something that was super bespoke, we decided to reuse that system, which has some fun little hardcore or hard-coded limitations, like the time between going from point to point is very, very specific. And that was a bit of a restriction we had to work around. But I think it worked out. I think it was fun. And then you come out of that map and you're like, I know this is going to be hard, but we got to do it. And that's just, I know I'm kind of just like going point to point on what that instance is, but I have so much love for that.
You loved it though. I can hear that.
Yeah.
Like this was really important for you to get right.
It was a year of my life, man, and I poured myself into it. But anyway, after that, you have your walk up to your first little alcove in the amphitheater. Mm-hmm. Before I go too much further, I want to talk a little bit about the amphitheater. Because the reason why we chose to fight Kralkatorrik in the amphitheater was because, again, game development is very expensive, and we were in the middle of building Kralkatorrik, and we knew that the head and the neck of Kralkatorrik were going to be finished or could be finished before the entire model. And we could wait for the entire model to be finished and delay the release by an X number of months, or we could get crafty and we could just use the head and the neck. So it took a lot of brainstorming, getting into the room with our lead designers, with the narrative folks, and throwing around ideas of like, why is he in this cavern?
Yeah.
Do you lure him here?
You gotta really make it convincing.
Right, exactly, because you got to earn it.
Oh, right? Look, I want to kill a dragon, and there's a dragon here. This is great. Like, it shouldn't feel like fun. It shouldn't feel lucky. It should feel like you earn this. Terrifying. You work towards it. And are we really sure we want to do this? Like,
yeah. Anyway. Exactly. And so there were a lot of ideas thrown around. One of the big things, and this kind of leads into that crystal boom, is we talked about, okay, we've got the dragon's blood weapons, but they're like toothpicks, right? So like, how do you fight a dragon that's that big? Even if you've got magical weapons, like, it's a little,
you got the same old arms.
Out of reach to believe that like your little tiny sword is going to do so much damage just because it's made of some magical material, right? And so we tossed around a couple of ideas. One of the ideas we tossed around was like, what if we had a gigantic dragon's blood spear mounted on the wall that whenever he entered the room, it like came down and just like crushed into his neck. And he had blood spurting out and everything, and like that held him there. And we were like, that's cool, but visceral. And also, wouldn't he just be like, and then just break it off, right?
Yeah.
And through the conversation and the ideation and the back and forth, I'm a musician, and one of the things I find fascinating about crystals is that they have musical properties. And they resonate with certain tones, right? And here we have an elder dragon made of crystal.
Right.
So what if the elder dragon made of crystal resonated with a particular tone? And if you know anything about what you can do with resonation and like crystal wine glasses, is if you resonate with the right frequency, the right volume, you can shatter the wine glass. It's not as dramatic as a lot of people will like post videos of, but it's possible to do some like cracks and stuff. So it'll make them it'll make them very
vulnerable,
or it'll make Kralkatorrik vulnerable. Yes, thank you. And so the idea was born of like, what if we had crystals that were like tuning forks that were specifically crafted for the frequencies that Kralkatorrik was vulnerable to. And when that idea like came out, everybody in the room was just like, yes, it makes sense. And then from there, it was like, all right, so we got the Zephyrite. The Zephyrite are known for singing.
Yes.
Right? So what if we have a Zephyrite choir that is backing this super boom that you are like firing off with your tuning crystal? And let's make this a musical moment where we have your final boss fight with this, with Kralkatorrik, we have this confrontation be backed by in-game diegetic music that you see the source of, and that you are the agent of making it happen. And it was such a cool thing to see everything kind of fall into place once that idea came about. And we got to work with building that. And so that's why it was an amphitheater, because we were like, well, what kind of environment is this going to work well in? A cave is good enough, right? Because caves echo and they have a lot of good resonance, but they're not built for sound resonance. They're not built to get the best experience musically. Amphitheaters and theaters in general are specifically architecturally designed to give you the best musical experience, right? So what if the dwarves, knowing this secret, created an amphitheater, and everybody was like, this seems gratuitous. Why do you have a gigantic cavern of amphitheaters? But, prophecy of Glent.
It was known.
They expected it was known.
That's right.
So that all came together, and what a moment.
Yes.
I was working really really closely with McLean Deemer on the action of actually like firing the tuning fork. Because when we first prototyped it out, it was just like a button click, and it was like boom, right? And that's cool, but like it needs buildup. It needs like a sense of momentum, of anticipation, right?
Bam.
Like banging a gong, right? You don't just like, I mean, you can do, but bam, bro, that's what everybody thinks about, right? So we worked together really closely on that, and using some really cool techniques with our audio engineers and audio designers, we synced up that cast of pulling back all of the energy and readying it to let loose. You can hear the choir in the background like swell at the same time, and it's all timed together. And it's what boom, and then right as that first blast goes off, we kick in the music, and it just seamlessly goes into like, all right, now you're fighting Kralkatorrik. And then we didn't fucking stop there, because we're crazy people, we're madmen. And we had the dragon like go and rampage across the arena and then slam into the side of the arena. The idea was like, okay, well, we got to show that he's affected, and we only have his head and neck. So how do we do that? And that was, let's make him writhe around. And because he's so big and he has so much mass, I looked back to and pulled on inspiration from games like God of War, where you're fighting creatures that are incredible sizes, and they have so much mass and weight built into their animations and the effects that they have on the environment. And so the idea was like, all right, well, when he does that, what if he crashes into the wall and breaks it? And just like shatters it into a million pieces.
It's like out of course, just from writhing around.
Right, exactly.
Not trying to break it, just doing his thing.
Yeah, and it like it makes sense. That's like physics-wise, that would happen, right?
Yeah, sure.
And so I threw the idea by James Barwick, who was like, I've been playing around with some new tech, and I think I could do this thing. And because originally it was one of those things where there are ideas that people can have in game development where when they bring them up, people just look at them and they're like, no, that's what? How? I don't even know how we would ever.
How'd you get that idea?
Right. Like there's just some things, because we all want to do crazy epic, experiences, right? We want to build the impossible. But the balance is knowing your limitations and knowing when you can push and when you can experiment and try to build new things using new tech, and when you need to hold yourself back and build with what you know so that you can put out content on time. And I was lucky enough that the team behind me on the instance for episode 5 was willing to put up with my crazy antics And
All or nothing, just like the name.
exactly. That was actually originally the name that I wanted to give the instance, and we put it on the episode, and then put Crystal Dragon to the instance. But anyway, so James put up with me, and he humored me, and he created this really amazing system using some new tech that allowed us to take the model and actually run a physics simulation of what it would look like if you banged into the wall like this, and then what it would do to the mesh of the wall, and then we did it, and it was nuts. It was crazy. We did it. And that just, once those pieces fell into place, from there it was okay. We have everything we need. Now we gotta build this through line out. Right, we got to figure out the pacing from point A to point B to C to D to E to F final, and it was arduous. It was really taxing. It was a very, very hard time, but I think it was absolutely worth it. And I have a complicated relationship with it because we put in so much love and effort for such a long period of time that, as a designer, once you've played through your content as you're developing it over and over and over and over and over, it lacks all of the impact that you get from a first time experience.
You lose that fresh perspective because you're too far in.
Exactly. And you start to see all the flaws. It's like painting, right? You see every stroke. You see every decision that you made that you wish you had made differently. You see the cracks that otherwise would be concealed because people just aren't looking for them. And there was a time, towards the end of that development, before we released, where I was tuning and bug fixing and testing all of the new interactions that we had. And I legitimately was just like, this sucks. I could have done so much better. I wish I would have done so much better. And I was getting in my own head about it. And
how do you deal with that?
Syndrome.
How do you get past that?
It's not easy. That is imposter syndrome at its worst. And it takes support from your friends, from your family, from the people that you know and love at your studio. It takes a lot of self-care, of introspection and mindfulness. It is not easy, and it's something that I think every developer worth their salt deals with on a near constant basis, because we are so familiar with these things, and the process of developing them takes so much time. That it's just natural to fall into that state. If someone out there has the answer and has found a way to just get around it, please reach out. Tell me, tell the world. You will win the Nobel Prize, because it's something that creative developers deal with all the time. I mean, I'm sure you've dealt with imposter syndrome
all the damn time, my friend. As we're sitting here right now.
How do you deal with it? By the way, you're doing a great job.
Thank you. How do I deal with it? Sometimes I look back at my old work, and it helps me remember how far I've come. Like you said, connecting with my support system, people who know me. That's a big part of it. Getting other perspectives. Getting out in nature. Just experiencing the bigness of the world. And not feeling like your part in it is that important. It's just kind of again, it's all about perspective. I think that for me, imposter syndrome can be almost like an incorrect assessment of my own importance. I'm an imposter, but what am I trying to do? Is it really that important? Is it really a world-ending thing? What's the actual whatever? And man, if you look back at it, and if I look back at it really, and maybe you can relate to this too, every step I've made along the way has come at at the cost of 5 or 6 stumbles. Like that's just the way we work. And you don't get to progress without stumbling. It's not the way shit works. We all got to look kindly on ourselves, and it's hard to remember mid stumble that this is the way that you move forward. But that kind of perspective for me is one of the things that does it. That helps me out.
Absolutely. Seriously though, I gotta say, like one of the things that I think as a society we can get better at whenever it comes to tackling imposter syndrome, because it's so prevalent and so many of us experience it, we should just be kinder to each other. Yeah. And I would love to see us move towards a place where positive feedback is given just as often, if not more, than constructive feedback, right? Yeah. Because it's important. It's so important.
You mean positive versus negative?
Well, I say constructive, but yeah, negative feedback. So negative is like you suck, right? Constructive is like you made a mistake here. You can do better, right?
Okay.
But positive feedback is more along the lines of like, yeah, you're doing good. You're doing great. I really like this.
Good job.
X, Y, and Z, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
I see what you did there. That was cool.
Yeah. So I think,
Okay, I get it. So the first time when you were saying, I want to break it down for 1 second. You were saying positive versus constructive, and I initially, for me, constructive carries a positive connotation with it. But I think your clarification is actually very, very important and very wise. That sometimes constructive feedback is cleverly disguised or artfully delivered negative feedback.
Right. Or it can be taken as such.
Yeah, easily. Well, communication is hard, dude.
Yeah.
I think it's really hard. And anyway, I just wanted to point out my mistake and shine a light on what you were trying to differentiate from. I think it's really wise.
Thanks. Yeah, it is something that I try to champion as much as possible in game design and just in game development in general. Is knowing the nuances of communicating feedback. You can't see it because my camera sucks and there's a huge light there.
Okay.
But I have a feedback cheat sheet on my wall that I use as a touchstone.
Okay.
And
what's it say?
So a lot of things. But let's see, what can I say that would be a good focus on context and goals. Positive feedback is often and specific. If you ask for feedback, then follow through and teach them how to fish.
Right.
Those are like the 4 big tenets. There's a lot of other stuff on there.
That's good stuff. Did you write that yourself, or did you take that from somewhere?
No, I had a coworker of mine while I was driving an initiative for doing a feedback class. They sent me that as a resource. They were like, yeah, the last place I worked had this sheet. I'm just going to share it with you and you can steal it. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Nice, and it's great. It's a good touchstone.
Yeah. Good.
And all of us deal with it, right? So it's so important. It's so important for us to, as a society, to feel more comfortable, and it's hard, but to feel more comfortable with appreciating people and telling them how much you appreciate them and what they do. Because affirmation and validation are some of the most powerful tools towards encouraging people to continue doing what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And without that, it's really, really easy to fall into the mindset that what you're doing isn't good enough. Right? Mm-hmm. But yeah.
Absolutely.
So
that speaks right to my heart too. That's a big part of the reason I do this. Because I fundamentally believe that, like you said, context. You and I are getting to step through so much context about how this content arrived. Context that the people might not get to hear otherwise, get to know you as a person. One of my, I don't know, it's a mission, but one of the idea of the clam that forms the pearl from a grain of sand that's agitated. I think my agitating grain of sand is the way we talk to each other about games.
Yeah.
Especially game communities interacting with developers, but also game communities acting on themselves too. There's that part of it too. And also, I just know it's really hard as someone who works in game dev, because your words represent a company. And boy, that's a lot of pressure people don't understand or respect.
Yeah.
And so
It's a lot.
I try to help build those bridges.
I appreciate the work that you do. It is something that I think has tremendous value. So keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. And
For
you
sure.
too. And I want to give you a chance to continue, either to jump back into All or Nothing, or is there more you want to say about this piece?
We can jump back into All or Nothing.
That was a great tangent, by the way. I loved it.
Yeah, that was lovely. Okay, so the last thing that I think we can really touch on for All or Nothing is probably what ended up taking up the most of my time, and the thing that, speaking of imposter syndrome and feeling like this is just bad, was the core of that, and that is the ending sequence.
Right.
The story of that is very well. I'll just tell it, and I'll leave it for you to decide what it is.
Okay.
So we knew that that we needed to have an emotional, traumatic moment at the end of this episode.
Yes.
But we did not want to play our hand. We wanted it to be a surprise as much as possible. We wanted you to not see it coming, and for it to be a legitimate gut punch, right? Are you a Marvel fan?
I'm aware of it. I wouldn't call myself a fan.
Okay. Well, there goes that.
Well, what are you referring to? I've seen a lot of it, man.
So spoilers for Infinity War.
Yes, I've seen Infinity War and the follow-up.
Okay. So the end of Infinity War is not what audiences really expected.
Yes.
And it was. I remember seeing it on opening night, and it was dead silent. When it happened, right? And I remember getting the feeling of like, this is what I want from the experience that we're going to have at the end of this episode. This is the feeling. What I'm feeling right now, I want to impart onto these other people, onto the players that are going to go through this experience blind and for the first time. And it's powerful, right, to be able to pull on that, and it's very hard because you have to build.
How do you do that?
Well, it's something that I think requires years of investment because you need players to be invested. You need players to be. You need the consumers to be invested in the characters. They need to care about the stakes of the world. They need to feel like the stakes are real. They need to expect victory, but at a cost. But they don't really know exactly what cost. Right? They need to feel the tension. They need to feel that. That this is something that has been building up over time for a long period of time, and it's a climax, right? It's the end of a saga, which is exactly what Infinity War and Endgame end up doing, right? And with the Crystal Dragon instance, this was a story that we had been telling since Heart of Thorns, since before Heart of Thorns. If you count carrying around Aurene as an egg in season 2. Or even before that, if you count Scarlet Briar drilling into the ley lines and awakening up Mortemoth. Like all of this is building up to this, the Scion and Champion, the prophecy that Glenn had going back as far as Guild Wars 1. So we had that epic tale, right? And we had that groundwork laid. And we needed to present that ending, present the climactic, traumatic moment in such a way that we, for lack of a better term, we couldn't screw it up. We had one chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't do it again.
Mm-hmm.
And so we sat and ideated on how to do it for Mini Moons. And we got together as a group and we talked about, okay, it's going to be a cinematic.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to show these shots? And it was a tall and daunting order, and it was going to be a huge lift on our cinematics team.
Yeah. And that's the first thing
they
you
were
think
up to the
about.
task.
A big moment like this, a major story beat. Surely, if there's going to be a cinematic somewhere, it has to be this.
Right, exactly. It's kind of like the default, right?
Yeah.
But I felt very strongly, and some other people on the team felt very strongly that with games as a medium, you have rare opportunities to tell these kinds of moments through gameplay. Give player the agency to experience these kinds of moments on their own time through their own volition, and not just be watching a movie, but be an extension of what they do for hundreds of hours, which is controlling their character and living the moment, right? And so one weekend after I had pitched the idea to the narrative team about, hey, I think this could be an end-game moment. I strongly believe that it's going to land a lot better, and that it has the potential to be one of the most emotional moments that we've ever done. I came in and I did some prototyping work, and I threw together a very quick and dirty version of it. And I got the narrative director and the lead writer and a bunch of the narrative designers over at my desk the following week, and I showed it to them, the quick and dirty version, and I walked through it, and I told them like my vision of what I was going to do with it. And
what was that vision? Let's tell me about this a little bit. Like, I've seen this, you've seen it, but not everyone who's hearing this might have seen it.
Sure. So the end of the encounter with Kralkatorrik is you think you've won.
Right.
He has blasted you with all of his power,
Yeah.
and Aurene has shielded you from the blast. And with him exhausted, he falls to the ground, and you run up to his eyeball where he is the most vulnerable, at least from where you can get to, and you hack at it. And you bring him down, and then he falls a little bit further, and you haven't killed him yet, but you can still do it. You gotta go.
Constant staggering him. He's taking hit after hit.
Exactly. It is building that tension. It is not just like one off. It is just ratcheting up moment after moment.
I've been watching a lot of. I've been getting back into baseball recently. There's a stat thing that they do where each play they change the percentage chance each team will win based on the current state of the game and the score and things like that. And like, to me, that part of the instance, it feels like your chance of winning is climbing.
Yeah.
Right. It's climbing. It's going up and up and up and up. And then just and then Kralkatorrik fucking hits a bases loaded home run in the bottom of the ninth.
Right. Exactly. He comes out of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
You think you've won.
Yeah.
You deal that final blow. You hear Timey say, "He's gonna drop!" And then the screen goes black, and you wake up, and he is presumably dead on the floor. And you're waking up, and you see Aurene, and she looks at you, and then there's that moment where his eye just opens, and you are now at ground level with an elder dragon looking you straight in the face. Okay, what's about to happen? And with the last of his strength, he pulls back, and he
turns on you. That moment when he's turning on you, I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah. Throughout the instance, one of the things that we tried really, really hard to do, I'm going to walk back a little bit so we can build back up to this. Is the reason why you get Kralkatorrik in here is because you send Aurene to bait him, right? To get him to follow her in. And the way that we achieved that was the rig, the model of Kralkatorrik's head and neck also has Aurene built into it, so that we were able to build those animations where Aurene is like flying around him and pelting him and keeping his attention. Because the whole goal is Aurene needs to keep his attention for as long as possible while we activate these traps that we have set, and we can weaken him down. And then at that last step, that's the first time where he's like, okay, I see what's going on here, and he focuses his attention on you, and he blasts you, and Aurene shields you, right? And then in that moment at the end, like you said, when he looks at you, that's intentional. That's supposed to be he is done with your shit. You were a fly that was bothering him, and now you've almost killed him, and he's tired of you.
Yeah.
And so he powers up everything that he has to blast at you. And then Aurene jumps in front and saves you. And you get blasted back. And you hear that sickening crunch of your body hitting the wall. And you black out, right? And then from there, that's where the in-game sequence begins. And we call it a cine event. And not a cinematic, because the idea is that it's an in-game cinematic experience where the player has agency. And so, you wake up.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Now, before you step me through what it actually is, what the actual cine event is, tell me about the moment you were showing. You were showing this mock-up to the folks from Narrative, because I heard this story from Tom's perspective a few weeks ago. And I really, because he gave me his take, which basically was Cameron had this crazy idea, and we're like, yeah, okay, prototyping's easy, so what's the worst thing that could happen? You waste a little bit of time, might as well try it. And then as soon as he saw, he was like, yes. Is that what you saw from him? Is that what you saw from those folks? What was that moment like?
I experienced approval.
Okay.
I was a little I was ecstatic that they were like, yes, this is the direction. There was still some hesitance, right? Because it's not something that we often do.
Kind of new, kind of different.
And there's fear. There's fear of again, this is something we can't do twice, right? So we got to be really, really confident that what we put out there, the way that we execute this idea is the way that we can execute it in the best way possible,
right,
with the resources we have, right? And so not everybody agreed immediately, right? There was still some discourse, there was some back and forth, and we talked at my desk about the pros and the cons. And we ended that conversation with people feeling good about it, and people feeling like, yes, the idea here, the vision that I gave them was like, because again, it was super quick and dirty, was the player has just suffered one of the most devastating blows they've ever been dealt, short of being killed by Balthazar in Path of Fire. But they just got thrown across the cavern, landing in a huge pile of rock and crystal, while being blasted by the latent energy of one of the most powerful beings in the world. And they are a flea as compared to the size of this dragon. And so it doesn't matter how powerful the commander is, they're hurt. And that's something that was really, really important, that we show, regardless of how we show the sequence in game or in cinematic, is that the player is hurt. And my first thing was, if we do this in game, I'm going to remove your UI. I'm going to pull in the visibility of your screen. I'm going to put you into a state where you are limping, and you can barely walk. You will not be able to dodge. You can, you just have to slowly make your way through the wreckage of this event, And the important part of that was, on the level design as well, was getting the right pacing, the right time, and distance to allow for the feeling of dread to set in.
Okay.
Right? Because the player being in control means that they can stop and look around at any point in time, right? And I wanted to give them the opportunity to do that. And so making it too short implies to the player that, there's the finish line, you should go for it and don't stop, right? Making it too long might wear out the welcome of the moment.
Yeah.
And so there was a lot of fine tuning of, let's make this a little bit shorter, let's make this a little bit longer, let's have some play tests and see what people feel.
Interesting.
And one of the things that we found was distance was one factor, but pacing through moments, little micro moments, as you walk forward towards the end, was incredibly important as well. And when I say micro moments, I mean there's a little ledge that's about a third of the way through the walk that you normally would just be able to walk over and you'd be fine, right? But in the state that you're in, when you cross that threshold and drop to the floor of that ledge, your character is so weak that they fall to their knees and they stumble, and then they have to pull themselves back up, and that builds that drama, right? And that builds that sense of, yeah, this is serious, something bad happened.
It sells it.
And then there's the crying that starts out really distorted as you're further back, that as you move up towards the end, you hear it becoming a little bit more clear. You see Zafira after turning a corner. Sight lines are really important whenever you're trying to get the drama of these moments. And so in the level design, we have blockers to keep you from looking around and seeing what's ahead. And they're intentionally placed. And one of the ones that we put in at first was to keep you from seeing that Zafira is on her knees towards the end of the path, right? And so you turn that corner, getting past that sight line, and Zafira's line plays. And it's been enough time that the player has been walking that something feels like it should happen, right? And so Zafira's line adds another anchor point. It kind of resets the feeling of how long this experience is, because it's something new. And you hear that line, you hear her saying how much that she believed in the prophecy and it was supposed to work, and it didn't.
Right, she's muttering to herself.
And it starts to set in like, oh, we didn't win.
Yeah.
We won. There's still an opportunity for the player to be like, no, this is fine. Maybe a lot of damage. Maybe someone else died, right?
Yeah.
But like, we still killed Kralkatorrik, right? And then you keep going, and Bram comes out, and Bram is the moment. He's the catalyst for the player to have to come to terms with the fact that what they're about to see is their worst fear, right? Bram comes up to you and just says, "Commander," and then the player character responds with, "Where is she?" And that's the moment that the player and the player character both know now that what they're stepping into is not good.
Yeah. And
then
he doesn't answer. I like that moment when Bram just stays silent. He doesn't respond.
What do you say?
He can't find the words.
Exactly. He's traumatized.
Yeah.
And so there's so much character built into that moment. There's so much emotion in the delivery that the voice actors gave. And we got a great animation support, working with Dahi to get the player character rigs to have that animation state where they're kind of holding their side and moving forward, and then also doing that with Bram as well. And then you turn the corner, and your worst fears are true. Aurene is dead. She is just pierced through multiple places with stalactites of brand, or stalagmites of brand, rather. And you see Timey crying, and you see Kaith holding the flower, and it bursts into just dust, and then she falls to her knees.
Right.
And then the question of, what do we do now, is asked, and I, working with, I'm gonna butcher her last name, Samantha W. Working with Samantha on the script, one of the big things that we really, really believed needed to happen was the screen needed to go to black before the last line played, to really sell that this was a moment of desperation, loss of hope. There is no way out. This is the end of the episode. The credits roll, so to speak, in that what's going to happen, black screen, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then you leave the instance, and the quest complete thing pops up, and you're left with questions of what's going to happen next. Like, holy crap!
Isn't there a line in there about being with your loved ones or something like that? Am I remembering that right?
I want to say that's in the follow-up, when you're doing
the start of it.
walk.
Right. Okay. That sounds right.
So I know that you had mentioned, walk through the vision before walking through the final product. This was one of those rare moments where, through force of will and through a lot of perseverance, the vision and the final product were nearly one for one. And the final product was only elevated by additional support with more animation, with more effects like that flower dissipating into thin air, and just like more fine tuning of things like character move speed, and the length of the level design. The core idea and the script that we had to work with, I don't think changed much at all after we had pitched this idea and began working on it. Maybe a line or two here or there. I remember Gorick at one point had a role where he might have found the commander in the rubble, but we went. That was super early on, and we changed that before we even started working on the script, because that was just me being like, I'm gonna throw a line in here where Gorick's like, the commander's over here. Terrible design writing, but it was one of those rare moments where everybody was on board with the vision, and we all just trucked forward as a group, and we did it. And it was great.
Talking to Tom Abernathy, for both folks who don't know, studio narrative director. One of the things that he talked about is how there was uncertainty about the future state of Guild Wars 2 after Season 4, and a real effort by everyone to make whatever Season 4 ended up being the best it could be. And what you're describing really reinforces that. It really reinforces,
Thank you.
We know, I think I've heard somewhere that a Living World episode can take about 6 months to make on average. I don't know if that's true. Does that sound about right? Do you happen to know?
Roughly, yeah.
And for this to
a little more, a little less, depending on it.
Yeah, obviously it varies. Makes sense. But to spend a whole year on this, and I mean, the level of quality, the payoff is I think apparent. And so part of me loves the experience as a player of going through this, of being in this story, of experiencing this incredible moment and the battle before it, and that for me that really the whole walk through before the battle, let's get motivated to do this, let's do this, we're gonna do this, oh god, can we do this? And then the game on moment when you do the special ability that has the choir swell, and then the drums go bum dum dum right into that.
Yeah.
The way that's synced up, that moment is like, oh shit, game face on, let's go. We're gonna do this. Like we're in it. Like, oh my god,
hype. It
is so hype, and the whole arc of that experience, I just think it's incredible, man. And so, like I mentioned, part of me, like the gamer, is like I'm in that moment. Like I'm totally in Tyria while that's happening. But another part of me, talking to you and talking to Tom and everyone else who is involved, I'm hearing another arc of all or nothing that I think also reads very loud. And I don't know if you have anything else you want to say about all or nothing, but I know that for you, you had your own flower turning to dust in your hands moment just a month after this episode came out.
Yeah. You're right. Everything that you said about the correlation between the name All or Nothing and the story of the development, and the story of what was happening in the studio. The team did truly believe that we needed to prove that we were still cream of the crop, right? That we were still able to deliver true, exciting AAA experiences. And that we were still in the game, in the contenders for best MMOs on the market, right?
Yeah.
Best games on the market.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is absolutely a reason why we called it All or Nothing. At least that's why I called my instance All or Nothing at the beginning.
Yeah, that's how it felt to you. That's how it felt to a lot of people who were working on it. It sounds like.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what happens in game development, right? Is the best work. Not saying that what we did was the best work of all time, but the best work that comes out of games comes from a place of intimacy, where you can tell through the content what the developers were feeling, and what kind of experience that they might have been having at the same time.
Okay. Yeah. You can expand on that if you want or not if you don't. I'll leave it up to you.
Well, so you mentioned the flowers crumbling in the hands moment.
Yeah.
It's not a secret. But shortly after that episode released, ArenaNet restructured and laid off a number of its workforce. And I won't get into the reasons why, but a lot of people were chosen to be laid off, and I was one of them. And it created a lot of conflicting feelings, because it was coming off the heels of All or Nothing. The release that I had put in
at great cost.
Yeah, at great cost. I had invested, so many people had invested so much of their life, their time, their efforts into making that experience. And we couldn't help but feel that it was a bit, I don't want to sound too negative here, but we didn't quite understand why.
Yeah. It's a layoff. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're allowed to sound negative, man.
Oftentimes, yeah, but I'm back at the studio, and I don't want anybody to take...
spoiled it. You spoiled it. Come on. We got to walk through it step by step. Sorry, go on.
Sure. But no, I mean, personally, it did feel like a slap in the face, right?
Yeah.
I know that it wasn't I know that it wasn't personal
Mhm.
in that way. I know that it was not because of the quality of my work, but there is damage. There is psychological damage that happens to people whenever they are laid off.
Yes.
They feel inadequate and they feel like it was their fault. They could have done something better in some way. And oftentimes, you're not given a reason. So,
Yeah.
for some people, myself included, um, when we are faced with the reality that something went wrong and that it was possibly our fault, but that we don't know what it was,
Mhm.
we start to think about everything that we
Mhm.
have done, and start to try and put together the pieces of what happened.
Create a
What did I do
hypothesis.
wrong? Right, exactly. Right. And because you don't have any proof, you don't have anybody to tell you, yep, that's the thing.
Mhm.
Um, you have to you have to be careful to not go too far down that road. And I won't lie, I went too far down that road, and I began to second guess literally every single decision that I had ever made because I
Sure.
wasn't sure. And
Yeah.
that's how anxiety works, right? It is a seed that is planted, that grows, and if
Mhm.
not properly
Mhm.
managed, if not properly pruned, it will just take over.
Yeah.
And there, after the layoffs, like it was hard. It
Yeah.
was it was incredibly difficult.
What was your day like the day you found out?
Oh, I sobbed my eyes out.
Mhm.
I I said goodbye to people who I considered to be my family. I said
Yeah.
goodbye to the studio, who like I considered that place to be my home.
Mhm.
Um, Part of leaving Florida was leaving behind a life, and part of coming out here and putting myself out here to work in the games industry was starting over, pressing hard reset,
Yeah.
right? Um, and I just had no idea what I was going to do. No idea. I didn't have a second plan, a
Mhm.
backup plan.
Mhm.
Um, there are no other studios that I look to that I want to work for as much as ArenaNet, and that's not me being a shill. That's just it's how I feel,
It's what's
right?
in you.
There are some great studios out there that I'd be happy to work for,
Sure.
but ArenaNet's always been the goal and the
Mhm.
top for a number of reasons, and uh, so yeah, it was devastating, man. It was
Yeah.
horrible, horrible, horrible. There's a picture. Luckily, I had a lot of support from my friends and family at the studio. There's a picture of me on social media somewhere of me with like two gigantic drinks at a local restaurant titled Self Care, and not my proudest moment. Um, it was funny, for what it was, but it just it was trauma,
Yeah.
and it lingers, right?
Mhm.
It lingers to this day
I'll bet.
because I have a unique experience. Not to just me. There are some other people at the studio that have it too. But not only was I laid off, but shortly after being laid off, I got the call and was asked to come back.
Okay.
Um,
So reading that reached out to
and
you.
yes,
Okay.
um, and I
About
didn't
3
hesitate.
weeks. It was about 3 weeks, right? Is that about right? Okay.
Yeah, I actually got the call. I want to say a week after everything happened, so it
Okay.
was very quick.
Huh.
Um, and in that week, there was the studio did a lot to try and help people out. I
Okay.
really want to speak highly of the way that the studio handled things
Mhm.
because layoffs are never easy, and I don't
Yeah.
blame anybody. I don't fault anybody. Mistakes are made, but it
You know the
doesn't mean
crazy thing
that they
about
were
layoffs? I've been through a few myself, And it's always like this thing that affects everybody. No one really knows why, but there is a reason. I just think it's
Yeah.
crazy that these kinds of things can happen. Like the human cost and what is the reason and why is it communicated? Man, I don't know how to wrap my mind around it. It's never made sense to me. Whenever I've been on both sides of it. It's weird.
Yeah, it's. I'm really sorry to hear that you've been through that,
Yeah,
because it is not an experience
a
that I
few
think
times.
anybody
I'm
should have
sad
to
to
go
say, working in tech,
through. That's. I'm sorry. That
it
is
is.
the unfortunate state of the industry.
You use the right word, trauma, and I still carry those experiences with me. I still sometimes like wake up and be and like in a moment of like a weird place I am in a dream. I feel like I'm waking up the day after I got laid off again. Like that feeling. Uh,
Yeah, and
it's
it
weird.
builds a fear of misstepping, right?
Yeah.
You're a little bit more careful about what you do. You're a little bit more careful about what you say, and it shatters confidence,
It's like
which is incredibly important for someone in any creative field,
yeah.
in any field whatsoever, to have confidence in themselves, and to have confidence in their abilities, confidence in their employer. Just all of that just gets broken,
The trust.
because the trust that a particular reality exists is broken
Yeah.
because another one actually takes its place,
Yeah.
right? Um, and so yeah, uh, a week after I got a call back. I didn't hesitate. I said yes, because I understood. And again, I didn't take offense. I was bitter. I was
Yeah.
upset. I was feeling a lot of emotions, but I tried my hardest to separate the act, the event,
Hmm.
from the people, right?
Hmm.
And I told them, I will come back. I need 2 weeks to just heal,
Hmm.
uh, and that's not enough time to heal fully. But it's at least going to give me time to self care and to focus on rebuilding myself so that I can walk back into that studio and I can go through those doors and not immediately break down. And I almost did.
Mm.
Um, and Yeah, there are so many effects from a studio layoff that I could talk about. I don't want to get into too much of the details,
Sure. Sure.
but suffice to say that, like, ArenaNet is a studio that is a family, and I know a lot of studios will say that and tout that as their culture, they're a family, but it is really true for ArenaNet. We are really a family, and that added to the severity of the trauma,
Hmm. Hmm.
because it felt like being abandoned by your
Hmm.
family.
Hmm.
Uh, it felt like being left behind. Um, and coming back, it was bittersweet because I wasn't the only one to come back, but I also was one of the few.
Yeah.
And so coming into the halls and seeing empty spaces where people were before,
Yeah.
knowing that I wasn't going to be able to work with some of my favorite people again, at least not for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
It was tough. Uh,
I imagine the
and
mood was pretty rough around the studio for a while after that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
We lost a lot, not
Yeah.
just in terms of raw numbers, but everybody lost the feeling of safety,
Hmm.
right? Um, because if it happens once, it can happen again,
Yeah.
right? And despite being reassured, hey, we're going to work to make sure this never happens again.
Hmm.
And to the studio's credit, they did make that very clear.
Hmm.
Uh, it still is hard to trust that when
Hmm.
it has happened in the first place. You know, I likened it to getting back together with an ex. There are reasons why you split in the first place, and those reasons still exist. And coming back together and trying again means that you both have a level of trust that previous mistakes won't happen. But also there's a feeling of being guarded, a feeling of not as easily investing into things. And so,
like, you're slower to get excited. You're slower to kind of rally around a cause, because this foundation feels like you can't move easily. You can't move confidently.
Yeah.
Oh, paints a picture, bro. Jeez.
It's tough, but that was 2 years ago at this point, and there have been plenty of other traumatic experiences. So honestly, as crappy as it sounds, is an opportunity to grow. Right?
Yeah. Another damned growth opportunity. That's what they say.
Yep.
So let's talk about then. So you come back to the studio. You're feeling different. The studio's feeling different. What do you jump into work on next?
Well, part of it was figuring out what we were going to do, right? We had a plan, we had a direction, but with the layoffs, it threw a wrench into things, and so the first thing that I jumped onto was helping to finish episode 6 for John. And so I helped out with little tasks here and there. I helped build the sky scale collection and the flight paths that you have to go through to collect the magic as you go through. That was a lot of fun to go out into the world and create little paths. I helped to kind of shore up some of the open world steps. A little bit of help on creatures. A little bit of help on the final instance. Yeah. I was basically just a designer at large at that point, not in title or anything, but that was what I was doing.
Yeah. You weren't owning anything. You were just pitching them where you could.
Right. Exactly. Just helping get things across the finish line. And then we shipped that, which felt good to finally ship something, after coming back. Which wasn't actually all that long after shipping All or Nothing, but it felt like a lifetime. And then after that was Icebreed Saga. I jumped onto the episode 2 team for Shadows in the Ice.
Right.
And I worked mostly on Drakkar. Helped out with some, knickknacks here and there, but
World
mostly
boss
focused
hype.
on, mostly focused on building that world boss, which was fun. That was my first time building a world boss.
How do you build a world boss, Cameron?
With a lot of patience and a lot of iteration. I took a lot of the lessons that I learned from the All or Nothing episode and the instance with Kralkatorrik, because Kralkatorrik, essentially some back end knowledge. There are 2 ways to kind of animate a being and to create a being in Guild Wars 2, and one is as a creature. Which has a hitbox and it moves around, and then one is a prop boss,
Okay.
which is, without getting too much into the details, it is um, a very complex animated set piece.
Mhm.
And it doesn't have the same kind of mobility as a creature.
Mhm.
You can't do a lot of the same things. The system for how it works and animates and uses skills is entirely different.
Mhm.
And the prop bosses, are the things that out in the world with targeting reticles, that are the big dragons that you fight,
Yeah.
or the big
Yeah.
golems and stuff like that.
The Tequaddles, the Shatterers of the world.
Exactly. And so with Drakkar, one of the first things that I set out to do with the design for that world boss was, I don't like that all of our world bosses feel very stationary. And one
Mm.
of the most fun experiences that I had as a player of Guild Wars 2 was my first time fighting the Clav Jormag up in Frostforge Sound.
Uh,
And fighting it in one place, having it circle around, shooting its wings off, and seeing it slam into the mountain,
that's such a
fall
cool
down,
set
claws
piece.
way back up. Right? It's
Yeah.
badass.
Yeah.
It is an awesome fantasy. And so I looked at that and I was like, all right, I want to do a world boss that feels like it moves around, that gets players to move around. And it was between tackling that challenge and tackling the challenge of why do world bosses feel like you're fighting their toenails all the time?
Yeah, right. Boy, what do you do
uh,
about that? That sounds like a hard one.
that just takes some different planning of the flow of the fight, incorporating more moments where you put the creature into a pose where its mouth is on the ground and it's agape and you can attack its teeth.
Mhm. Mhm.
It's just thinking a little bit about kind of like the God of War boss experience
Mm.
of beating something into submission and then
Yeah.
taking its health down. Um,
So you have a little bit of
and
dynamism in terms of which part of the boss you're engaged with, the position it's in. Make it feel like
Right.
when you're hitting the toenails, it's because like that's a moment in the fight instead of like the boss is the toenail.
Exactly. It's not the primary way that you're doing damage. It's a
Yeah.
means to an end, and the end is getting that burst window in,
Sure.
right?
Sure. Sure.
And so I focused on making a prop boss that was mobile. And the way that I achieved that was smoke and mirrors, because Drakkar is not actually one prop boss; it's 7. It's
Ooh.
actually more than 7.
Oh
It's
God.
somewhere around the range of, like, let's see, 17,
What?
because all of the ones that come up from the ground and
Of
snap and then go back, or come from the walls and snap, all of those are separate prop bosses.
course.
Yeah,
Hmm.
because that was the way that I knew how to build.
Okay.
And if I knew the tools that we had today, I'd build it a little bit differently. But
Hmm.
7 prop bosses, and I think it worked out pretty well. Is it the best world boss in the game? I don't think so. It was my first time building one. I'm proud of it. I think it's cool.
I think it's a fun fight.
Yeah,
It has a neat scale to it. It feels different than the other boss fights in the world.
yeah.
Hmm.
And it's got some cool little narrative pacing to it. Fighting alongside
Hmm.
Javi, and kind of the
Yeah.
moment where she like puts up the shield and it's like sitting there and trying to get into the shield. That was cool.
I like that too. I also
Um,
like the effect of the shadow behind the ice. Like that's neat with the
yeah.
VFX that those guys pulled off.
Yeah, working with Lee Bledsoe on that, and the rest of the effects team on figuring out how we were going to do that. That was a fun pitch meeting, because I basically went in and I was like, all right, so that shot in the new Godzilla movie where you see the giant, multi-headed Hydra dragon behind the
Mm.
ice. What
Mm.
if that was our boss fight?
Mm.
And that was one of those moments where everybody was just like,
You want to do what?
okay, but we pulled it together and we came up with some really clever solutions, and we did some awesome stuff. Um, to be honest, I think I was still recovering a little bit from the trauma of the layoffs during Shadow in the Ice. And so I think, unfortunately, I kind of kept myself from being as invested in that content as I normally would for content that I build, subconsciously and consciously as well.
Like you were still submerged beneath the ice a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, trying to get my way out. See, you can find the correlations. They're there.
We try.
But it was still a really fun release, and it was fun to do something that was a little bit different. That also allowed me to stretch the boss design skills that I had. And one of my favorite little additions that we did post launch was the failure state, where if it times out, everybody in the arena gets team switched, and you all get taken over by Jormag's influence, then you can have open world PvP.
Finally,
that was something Connor Fallon and I riffed off of whenever we were doing that, and it's a cool addition. I like
it's a neat little bit of catharsis. If you stuck around for the entire timer and still didn't kill that thing, then yeah, I mean, it's your fault. You weren't doing enough DPS. Kill.
Yeah, and you can't kill the other players, right? Like that was something that was really important. Is we don't want you to die to other players, but you can get them to go down, and then they team switch back to a friendly team. So
okay,
got the best of both worlds.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so Drakkar, some new stuff, new challenges. Still not feeling it like you were. Do you feel like since then you've worked back to a spot where you're committing like the way you used to, or is this just something that's always going to be different from now on?
No, I think I have. With a caveat, I think I've gotten to a different place.
Okay.
Because I am not the wide-eyed, hopeful, super, not necessarily naive, but for lack of a better term, naive. 20. How old was I whenever I first started? I was 21 when I first started at ArenaNet proper. I'm not that person anymore, right? And so the way that I approach things is a little bit different. But starting with the Mountain Fractal, and then the work that I'm doing on End of Dragons, I am back to a new place that I feel like I'm actually more invested than I was.
How would you describe
before.
that place? What's that like?
Thinking. So my role has shifted over the years, and so right now I'm fulfilling the role of Encounters team lead, and so that team is responsible for the boss fights in the game, fractals, raid strikes, and so we have a lot of responsibility, and as a team lead, which is something that is fairly new to me, but something that I've always wanted to do. I have to think a little bit more holistically, and I have to think a little bit more about the team as a whole, the individual members on the team, and the product as a whole, and not necessarily what I want to do, right? Or the projects that I want to pitch, because there are a lot of those. But instead, my investment is now in growing the talent that we need on the team to ensure that everybody involved is confident in their own abilities as designers. It's mentoring, it's reviewing and giving feedback, and it's building up our pedigree, right?
Okay.
And so So yeah, it's a little bit different from when I was an individual contributor.
Yeah.
Um,
Going from getting your own wins to helping others win.
right, exactly. And I still have little passion projects here and there that I'll work on, that I'll do. Um, but by and large, most of my time now is spent on helping other people achieve their goals,
Sure.
and giving them the tools to reach their wildest dreams.
Yeah.
And that's something that I've always wanted to do.
Okay.
And so being given the opportunity to do that has reinvigorated me and my confidence
Mm-hmm.
and drive.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Yeah, it sounds like a bigger challenge than just trying to
Yeah.
realize what you want in the game. It's trying to realize what take what you've learned and help realize it in the people around you and help them realize their visions. That's beautiful, man. Um,
Thanks.
I am stopping myself from asking you to tell me about End of Dragons now.
I I won't. That is not my job.
Just like what, 6 more weeks till we get to find out. So the recording date of this particular podcast is the 17th of June, and we've been promised more information on July 27th. We're all waiting on pins and needles here, but very excited about that. Do you? So I had a chance to watch your the guild chats you did about the mountain fractal about Sunqua Peak.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like we've really told a good rounded story here, Cameron. But I do want to just say that I really appreciate one of the things I really appreciate about the Sunqua Peak Fractal are the efforts that went in, again, like you were saying before, about really telling a story. And I like how it rode. It felt like it was closer to the central axis of that experience, the story of um, Bo and Lan and I and the gravestones before the final encounter. And I love how the challenge mode for the Sunqua Peak Fractal doesn't just raise the stakes mechanically, but it raises the stakes narratively too. I think that's a really great and beautiful thing.
I'm really glad to hear you say that. That was a very personal passion project of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What made it personal?
So my friends know this, and I've said it on Twitter a couple of times. But Sunqua Peak started development earlier than the pandemic started, at least from an ideation phase.
Mm-hmm.
And from the very beginning, we knew that we wanted to tell an emotional story. And I have always wanted to tell the story of a mother who has lost the most important person to them, their child. It's something that I've wanted to tell in side projects outside of ArenaNet that I used to do whenever before I was a designer. And I was given a unique opportunity to pursue that story with the Sunqua Fractal.
Okay.
And in late March, after the pandemic had really kicked into high gear and quarantine was in place, I ended up losing my mother.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks.
That's rough. That's tough.
It is. It
Holy
continues to
shit.
be.
Of course.
It felt a little bit like fate, that I had just started a project that was intimately connected with the concept of grief at its core. To then experience nearly the exact form of grief, the inverse, but nearly the exact.
Wow.
And with lockdown and with the prevalence of the coronavirus, I wasn't able to, fall back on the same support systems that I usually would. For multiple reasons, I wasn't able to go back home to do like a memorial service. I don't have any family that's up here in Washington, so
you just had to deal with it alone in your place.
Yeah. Luckily, at
Bro.
the time, I was living. Sorry.
No,
Luckily, at
no,
the time, I
please.
was living with some friends
Okay. Well, that's something.
who helped me get through it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was taxing, incredibly taxing emotionally, and it hit every day. And for a while, it was something that I just tried to push out of my mind and focus on what I was doing. But due to the nature of the work, it's a constant reminder. And so Sunqua Peak became this really special, intimate project where I was able to just try and sort through all of the emotions I had, try and figure out ways of expressing what I was feeling through the content, through the gameplay. And so the team that I had behind me was incredibly supportive. The narrative team and the writer by my side both helped me to realize the story of that family. And then something that they did that I'm incredibly appreciative of is they allowed me to put a poem that I wrote for my mother into the game as kind of a way for me to use the tools that I had available to find some closure, right? And it's also where the challenge mode you mentioned, it raises the narrative stakes. For those who haven't played the challenge mode of Sunqua Peak, when you're done with the fight, you're not actually done with the fight. In the normal mode, if it felt like the story hadn't ended, it's because it didn't. You can't just like tell someone to get better. You can't just say, you can't say magical words that are going to make someone feel like they have processed through things. It is something that has to come from within. And you can help them along. And that was the whole point of the fight against I. And then in challenge mode, we leaned into that even further and have you fight her doubt and her grief, her guilt, and her fear and her sorrow, all manifesting as different spirits that were taking corporeal form. And that idea, that was also part of the original design. That was part of what we pitched before everything happened. And so again, like, it was one of those moments that felt so fated, with everything that had been going on, right?
That is surreal.
Because, if we had, been building that, and the only trauma that we had to deal with was lockdown and pandemic and not being able to see our friends, that's still a really powerful emotional motivator to be able to pull on to continue to tell that story. If we had done that and I had lost my mother, but there was no pandemic, then that's still, really powerful emotional motivator. But the core of the story is trying to deal with grief alone. And it just so happened that life decided to throw the most perfect curveball of, here, you want to know what it's like to deal with grief alone? Deal with grief alone. And I mean, I'm not going to lie, it was one of the most difficult years. I think it is the most difficult year of my life, save one, maybe. And I don't know how I would have gotten through it if I didn't have Sunqua Peak to fall back on. There's also a reason why that Fractal focuses more on the final boss, focuses more on the eye and the story that it tells, and doesn't focus as much on the elementals. And that's because we intentionally wanted to put as much effort as possible into that. So yeah, I hope that gives a little bit of extra perspective, maybe next time that you're going through that Fractal, or reading through the notes that you find, reading the inscriptions on some of the tombstones in there. It came from a very personal place, and not just from me, but from other members of the team too.
Yeah. Well, I will never be able to experience that in the same way. Thank you for sharing that. And I wish I can give you a big old hug right now.
I appreciate it. It's hard to talk about.
Yeah, of course.
But, like I said about, needing to be more comfortable with giving positive feedback to people. It's not healthy to bottle things up and to not talk about grief, because it's a universal human experience. And so thank you for giving me the opportunity to share that story.
Definitely.
Whew.
Yeah. Let's take a second. Have a sip of water.
Indeed. I have my big old gallon water bottle that I try to pace myself, make sure I get a gallon every day.
Good for you, man.
Drink more water.
H2O gang.
I'm absolutely 100% going to be a shill for water on stream right now. Have you drank water today? No? Go get yourself some water. Stay hydrated every day. It's the most important thing. A lot of your body is made up of water. I can't remember the exact percent. Go do it.
70-ish%.
My dad is a science teacher, and I don't remember the exact percent our body is made up of water.
How shameful. How shameful. Yeah. Well, okay, man. So you must feel pretty good then that things are starting to lighten up in terms of the pandemic and the lockdown. Are things gonna... I mean, End of Dragons is coming out, so you're probably still, to a large extent, stuck indoors. But it's a moment like this where I feel most like being a screen away from someone is just the worst. Um,
Yeah.
I literally, there are no words. If we weren't here on stream, the thing I'd like to do is just sit by you and just be a human and not ask you to talk, not ask you to share anything else, because that is some real shit. And you channeled it into something creative that we all get to see. And that's a beautiful thing. And that's a hard thing. And it's something I don't know what I would do if I were in that situation. I'm sure it took a lot of strength and a lot of support. So also shout out to the folks who were there with you, making it alongside you, and everyone out there who's hearing this. Cam, I think this is probably, I promised you when we started this that we wouldn't get to everything, and I think I was right. I think that this might be a good moment for us to put a pin in this. What do you think?
Sure.
Yeah?
I'm happy to continue talking if you are, but I also agree that this might be a good moment. Maybe a part 2.
Hey, I'm up for that. One of the major things we didn't get to, which I'm very keen on discussing, is our mutual affliction known as ADHD. And
Yes.
all the intricacies of that. But that deserves its own conversation and plenty of space. This conversation, you sharing your story about knowing what you wanted, finding a way to get it, making your own luck, stacking the deck, and your path from being someone who got your wins to being someone who is starting to help others get their wins. That is a very lovely story and a great example to us all. And I just want to thank you for sitting down and sharing it with me.
Of course. And thank you for the opportunity. I really, really do appreciate it.
Is there anything that you want to promote or share other than, End of Dragons?
I think the most important thing on my mind right now, coming off of what we just talked about, is I had mentioned that grief and the feeling of dealing with loss is a universal human experience.
Yeah.
And over the course of the last year, I know I'm not the only one who has experienced similar circumstances. And so, to anybody who is watching, who is currently struggling in any way with something similar, you're not alone. And I encourage you to reach out to your friends and your family and talk to them. And if you don't have friends and family that you can trust and you feel comfortable, you can reach out to me. I would rather lend an ear and be a person to bounce ideas off of and just to hash things out with, than know that someone is going through bullshit and suffering alone. In times like these, it's more important than ever that we are together and are there for each other as a community.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I love MMOs, why I love Guild Wars 2, and why I love the community that we have is because of how supportive we are and how much like a family we are.
Yeah.
So if you're struggling, you're not alone, and you don't have to be.
That's right. You're not alone. I have my name to that pile too. If I'm closer to you, if You can find my name, find Cameron's name. Hit us up. Don't be alone, because you're not. Okay.
This was a great talk.
Yeah, man. It really was. Thank you again to everyone listening, whether it's live or after the fact. Thank you. If you feel alone, find a friend. Find one of us. That's it. Thanks, y'all.
Take care. Talk to you soon.